does get harder. Oh my god.
Let's go. I'm ready for the random patch of grass or like the random wall up close. I'm just not gonna be able to understand.
Oh, this is a good one.
This is on the south side of Sleepy Sounds. This is looking towards the lighthouse behind it.
Oh, this is from Sleepy Sound, I think.
This is definitely Sleepy Sounds, I'd say.
This is that Sleepy Sound.
That is Sleepy Sound.
It's a little close, but...
Let's go. We are in Condo Canyon.
This is actually my drop spot, I believe. I could be completely wrong, but I'm pretty sure this is Condo Canyon.
I'm not 100% sure. I just say Condo Canyon.
Oh, this is at Condo Canyon.
That is Kando. I don't know the name. Kando something. Kando Canyon.
Condo Canyon. Nice.
I'm just too goated at this or something. I don't know what to say. Oh my god, this one is such a hard one.
Uh-oh.
I think this is Bugle.
Meowscles Morsel.
Okay, no, this one is this one's in Coney.
Probably Tilted Towers because of the building.
Coney? I'm just guessing Coney. I'm not sure.
So the building looks familiar. I think I'm gonna say Tilted.
I don't know a sign on the view. I didn't even know it was there.
Nice.
No way.
Oh my lord, what is this? What is this?
This is Greasy Grove, 100%.
Oh, Greasy.
Easy. This one is so easy. It's Greasy Grove.
Gosh, I have no clue.
Oh, this is at Greasy. I land Greasy, so...
I'm gonna go with Rocky Rios.
Let's go.
4 for 4.
Oh, this is a tough one.
If it's not Jones's, it might be Camp Cuddle, but I think it's Jones's. I'm gonna lock in Jones's.
Is this Shifty Shafts? Oh, wait, no, it could be Camp Cuddle.
I think Camp Cuddle because of the trees and the campfire. I don't really know.
The Joneses?
Like, this doesn't even seem like a POI. Like, I'd say Camp Cuddle.
Great. Great.
Loot Lake, wow. Yeah, I've not been here.
Yeah, I've never been here either. Yeah, don't land here.
See, I would have never guessed that.
I want to win FNCS. I know that I can. I got so close in the last two FNCSs, and I know that I still have it in me.
Improve my aim as much as I can, and I definitely want to try to win at least one more FNCS this year.
For FNCS, I really want a good FNCS Grand Final finish. I really want to finish in the top maybe 10 or 5.
Like I've been playing more than ever, grinding more than ever. I'm really trying to be #1 this year.
My main goals for 2022 is to place consistently in every FNCS, but mainly win FNCS.
Just get a bigger name and probably win like at least one FNCS this year.
I get two in my head sometimes, especially in solos, and I think that's something that a lot of players struggle with. I just need to work on it again to make me unstoppable.
I think I want to really improve on my mentality.
I want to show people that I haven't peaked yet, you know?
Being more consistent as a duo, me and Threats and stuff, so I think that would be really good.
I just want to keep improving on like everything, like aim, building, like game knowledge.
I'd say my strongest point is definitely endgame.
I have really good mechanics since a really long time, and if I just keep playing the game, I will forever be good.
I've had this burning fire in me to play duos and compete in tournaments since the last duo FNCS. This is like my core game mode, and I'm gonna do insanely well.
One of my strongest points is in duos, and this year of FNCS is all duos, so it's pretty stacked up in my favor.
Anytime we're in late game, we're always getting a lot of kills and popping off on low ground, so everybody better watch out.
I think stressing is the real thing I improve on. Before, I used to always stress in tournament and think about what can happen.
One of my biggest mistakes right now is like I sometimes get greedy when I see a kill.
And it doesn't really matter where you land. At the end of the day, you're gonna play grand finals, and as long as you have a good spot, you can cash out and make a lot of money and set a name for yourself.
Like, learn what your mistakes are. Like, you can't go back and redo it, so you just gotta learn and try to not do it in the future.
just getting through all these tournaments, trying to learn as much as I can from them is honestly pretty much what I'm doing all the time now. So that's pretty much it.
I'm just trying to make myself as mechanically sound as possible, so that way, like, there's just nothing that can be put past me.
So far I've qualified for every Geo Cash Cup that I played, so I think that's a really, really good start.
I feel like this year is definitely like my year.
Yeah. I'm coming into this FNCS feeling strong. I'm very positive that I'll do good throughout the whole year, especially this FNCS, and yeah, hopefully I win.
What's going on, Fortnite fam? Today I'm joined in the lobby by Acorn, Season 5 FNCS champion, one of the best players on N East. Easy first question. How you doing?
Good to be here. Happy to be here.
So I saw, obviously, you know, there's N East is renowned for its team switch ups and things. So, you know, you were with Miro prior to that, is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah, cool. So now you're with Canada. How's that just working out generally?
Still like in the early phase, but I feel like we'll become like definitely the best. I can see us like becoming number 1.
Ooh, so you're already setting yourself for FNCS champions this season. Is that what you're trying to say?
That's the goal.
So what happened in that first one then? What was going on?
Like we got 55th or something, and like.
Oh, okay.
Just,
one of those.
It was
days.
one of those days. Yeah, exactly. One of those days.
What do you think you guys are doing extremely well together? Like, what do you think your strong points are?
Oh, I like how we both know the game. Like, we both IGL, you know what I'm saying? And we both have like fragger ability.
Do you think it's best just to have right now 2 players who can do it all, or are you kind of thinking some of these teams will work better if they have a bit more separated roles?
I think 2 players who can do it all is definitely the best.
What's kind of like your day look like? What's that practice look like? What do you put in to get to that kind of level?
So I do like online school in the morning, and then I'd say usually around like 3 o'clock is when I'd like hop on, start playing. And tourneys are usually around 6. So like I'll take a break at like 4, hop back on like 5. You know, aim train, all that. And then non-tournament days I play like scrims and stuff, just practice. All that, like, you know, VOD review.
What's some of the team you're like looking out for? Who do you think is like the potential best duo out there?
I think there's a couple, to be honest. I think Mero Buga definitely one to watch out. Rise, Aegis, that duo is very, very good.
How is your mental approach to the game?
I don't really like rage and stuff. I try to like always get my head in the game and like always think, oh, what can we do? You know, like how can we get back on track? Once I get in the game, I try to freestyle it. I have some like strategies and like ideas of what to do.
You have your head on your shoulders, which is good. You know, you sound confident, you sound analytical about it. Have you always been that way, or did you do something in particular to get to that kind of point?
As I advanced the rankings, I feel like slowly my confidence grew.
Do you have any advice for someone who would struggle with building up their confidence outside of just placing better and being more confident then?
Try to hype yourself up, you know? People call themselves bad all the time, and slowly that gets into your head, you know what I'm saying?
And you're going into that first game of an FNCS, are you nervous? You know, and you're in the
100%.
finals. Are you super nervous? When does that 100%. Go away?
I'd say before the game I'm really nervous, but like when I get in the game, I lock in, I feel.
Do you have a career highlight moment?
Winning a game in the FNCS I won definitely was the best feeling. Yeah, I remember like loading at the leaderboard and I just won.
Fantastic. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you for being here as well, and good luck in FNCS.
on FNCS NA East. The competition has never been tougher as we enter the last day of the FNCS Finals. Only 50 duos remain in the running to claim the Axe of Champions. It truly is now or never for the players to show what they really are made of. Defending FNCS champions Booga and Miro finished day one on top. Despite not being able to claim a single VR, they had the best average placement on day one. Will they be able to keep it up to claim their third title in a row? Day in Clicks had both ups and downs yesterday, gaining just 2 points in 3 games. But they also had the highest point game on day one, with an astonishing 62 points. With 2 VRs under their belt, are they able to hit match point today? OMG Me Too is competing in his first FNCS finals, ending day one in 4th place, just 9 points behind Booga and Miro. It's now or never for OMG Me Too and his duo partner Shadow, if they want to call themselves champions of NAE. 6 games down, 6 to go! Who will secure the title of NA East champions? The FNCS starts right now!
Thank you, voiceover guy. This is it, the final act. To quote world-renowned Fortnite philosopher Monster D Face, duos have formed, legends will rise. Who will walk away as your FNCS NAE Chapter 3 Season 1 champions? Can Booga and Miro claim their crown once more? That's what we're here to find out. Welcome back into FNCS Finals NAE. It is day 2. My name is Adam Savage. I am delighted to be your host. It is gonna be superb today. We're gonna find out by the end of the day who your champions are of this region. Now, I could say every accolade under the glistening Fortnite sun to that wouldn't do justice. These exceptional analysts alongside me. Fellas, Vivid, Somebody's Gun, welcome in, boys. The 3 of us here on the panel tonight breaking down all the action for the lovely viewers at home. Vivid, this is what it's all about. Day 2 of finals. We had an amazing day 1, and today is heating up, baby. Break it down from what's coming our way.
Yeah, combined with day 1 action that we saw in NA East, and then watching EU finalize its day 2, watching Hen and Queasy over there, bring it all the way down to that game 6 on day number 2, it has me so excited to see what NA East can bring us.
Yeah, we got a lot to live up to. Day 1 was hot and heavy, and then we had the EU popping off for Hen. That was an incredible performance. We saw some incredible performances on our own region, and we have the best of the best once again, boys.
We certainly do. There's nothing like seeing Game 12 as well in EU, and Hen winning, obviously outright, coming first as well, but getting a victory royale and solo clutching in the end. Love to see it. I'm hoping for the same exhilaration here on NAE as well. Let's talk about Legends Landing. Obviously, you guys have heard about this lots over the course of the last few weeks, but let's take a closer look at Legends Landing. Now, you can watch all the action unfold on the new Legends Landing, okay? Now, this is found in the Buy Epic Discovery Row. It is a fantastic place that you can get together with the rest of the community, embrace the finals. Obviously, this is the last day today where we're going to crown the champions. The Axe champions coming someone's way later on. This place, Legends Landing, is a place that you can watch it together with your pals, with your friends, with your family. A great opportunity to hang out and see our beautiful faces plastered all across the rooftops as well. It's great. Obviously, as well, Vivid and SBG, one cool thing as well is we must talk about FNCS outfits as well. Now, for you guys at home, you may have seen some of the footage there as well of these outfits. The Chapter 3 Season 1 champion outfits are available in the shop, okay? Now, you can add this to your locker. It'll be around for the rest of the Chapter 3 Season 1 finals. Limited FNCS items are available in the shop. Vivid, this is a cool way that you can kind of celebrate finals with your pals as well.
Oh yeah, for sure. It is a great addition to Fortnite. One of those outfits that are only available during a limited time period, so do not miss out on adding it to your locker because it's really, really cool way to celebrate this competition that is going on.
Yeah, it's looking fresh, and maybe some of the players will be rocking them here today.
Yeah, I've worn my freshest leopard print shirt tonight, boys. I'm feeling it. I'm feeling fierce. animalistic for this one. This is going to be great. Savage by name, savage by shirts, obviously. Let's talk a bit about the broadcast schedule as well, of course. What's been coming your way over the last few weeks and what is coming your way today as well. Obviously, throwback to our qualifiers. Back in February 18th and 20th, we had the initial teams that qualified through the top 8 from both days, went through to finals, of course, semi-finals as well last weekend, February 25th, 26th and 27th. We had that kind of reboot round style we love to see. The Victory Royales immediately go through, as well as points as well allocated to the top teams who've qualified too. And here we are, 50 duos remain in the competition for finals, March 5th and March 6th. We have obviously March 5th yesterday, day 1, and today, the last day, day 2, March 6th of finals. NAE is going to be mighty exciting indeed. Now, Vivid, the format of this competition as well, it's been loads of fun to see unfold. Walk us through the format we can see on screen now as well.
Yeah, so as Adam said, we are day 2 here of the FNCS finals. We're going to take the points that the teams got on day number 2 and the points they get on day number 2, or day number 1 and day number 2, and add them up, and they're going to be on a cumulative leaderboard, and that is how we would decide our FNCS champions. And you know, we do have that match point format looming in the distance, but it is a hard one to reach as teams need 500 points and 3 victory royales to reach that. And as we saw over in EU, we only saw around 320 points come out. So I don't think we're going to be hitting that today, but nonetheless, we will crown an FNCS champion.
Let's talk about how we're going to get that champion. Let's talk about the point structure. So 32 points for the Victory Royale. You first start receiving your placement points at 35th, and they accumulate all the way up. And it's really those top 10, top 5 points that are huge in order to be able to succeed. That's what we're seeing our top teams on the leaderboard, and we're going to check that out in a second. Also, on top of the placement, you get 3 points per elimination, and we've seen a lot of teams racking up those elim points as well already in day 1.
Yeah, it makes a huge difference, the combination of the two there. You can get those placement points, but those eliminations, 3 apiece. Amazing. Let's look at pricing as well. Of course, Axe of Champions is great and all, but also the prize pool here at NA East, $637,500. An insane amount of cash up for grabs here, pricing-wise as well, Vivid. Break it down for us, baby.
Yeah, I'm looking straight at that top there, $130,000 for our FNCS champs to go along with that nice Axe of Champions that they will gather. As you can see here, the top 10, you break into that top 10, and the increment at which you increase your prize is just so much. So, you know, we put a lot of focus on who is going to win this today, but these teams that aren't necessarily in this top 10, they really should be fighting their hardest to get in here so that way they can just increase the amount of money that they're going to win in, because as these placements go up, it just increases so much, SBG.
Yeah, there's so much to play for, and let's talk about what happened yesterday and what our current standings look like. And we had some amazing plays. Obviously, Miro and Bugha were able to finish off the day in the top spot. 107 placement points, 27 elims. These guys were the perfect balance of placement plus elims. We saw them playing incredibly well. But also, we have Spade and Chimp, who on the other hand may have been a lesser known team coming into this, yet are right there with the big names of Miro and Bugha heading into day 2.
Yeah, looking at this stats here, sorry to jump in there, but looking at the kind of the points there, you can see how close the teams, how congested it is in the top spots there as well. But even the eliminations, like, it seems like it's a real kind of even playing field there. Like, all the different teams in and around the top 8, for instance, especially, have got at least 20 eliminations, and it's so tight as well. It all comes down to placement points. It seems it's so pivotal.
Yeah, the top of that leaderboard is very, very close. And honestly, looking at the leaderboard, we saw individual performances, obviously, out of Miro and Bugha a lot. We saw individual performances out of Spade. But looking at that, like, top 6, honestly, the duo that I think is highlighted to me with, like, a formulated playstyle was Clix and Day. I think those are the only ones that we saw success consistently when they were only as a duo. Those other teams that are in that top 5 up there, we all saw individual performances out. But Day and Clix, on the other hand, they stomped out as a duo, because whenever they found a refresh in that 7th or 6th zone, they just ran with it and found so much success off the back of it.
And no doubt, and we will likely see them do more of the same today. They've looked a lot more structured in these end games, and hey, Adam, you know, I'm sure we're going to be talking about them here a little bit more in a second.
I have no doubt in my mind we will. Ahead of that, though, obviously, we love to hear from our players. One player that was particularly exciting to watch last weekend in the semis, qualified day 3, was Cease. Here's a closer look, with a chat to Cease, all about FNCS and this incredible finals.
All right, what's going on, Fortnite fam? Today I'm in the lobby with Cease. How are you getting on today? Simple one to start it off.
I'm doing pretty good.
Perfect. That's what we like to hear. So I'm going to go with a bit of a wild card to start things off with here. Assuming the entire world was a 0 ping single region, who would you want to duo with?
I probably want to do it with Volks, because he's a funny man. He's OCE, and yeah, I've hung out with him a bunch of times.
Another weird one. Time travel your current skill back to the 2019 Solo World Cup. Where are you placing?
I don't think I put much more than like a couple hours into practicing for solos, because I was so focused on duos, and duos was of course the day before, so I was already excited. I was like, I already did. So what can I do? So I literally landed at the most shambles spot ever. If I could change anything, I would probably just land the block.
What would be the first and best piece of advice you'd give someone who's kind of new, starting to get into the competitive scene now and just starting to improve their kind of Fortnite competitive placement?
If you place top 15 in a cash cup, take that $200, whatever it is, and put it aside. If you get top 10 in the grand finals, just put that aside for a new computer or for a new mouse that you've been wanting or whatever. Like, invest in yourself. That's exactly what I did. Like, my 2 teammates in the last FNCS were on the worst computers possible. I got them new computers for the Grand Royale, and look what happened. I think we made double what we made in the last FNCS.
Where do you rate yourself on the greatest of all time, the GOAT list?
I think right now, I probably put myself, within the top 25. But I think after this year, I'll be, back into the top 10, top 5.
There's a lot of money to play for when it comes for a lot of these finals, and there's a lot of stress involved in that too. Are you planning anything in particular with your mindset?
I don't think I had any nerves at World Cup. Like, I literally had duos, and I can tell because we were so prepared and we had a game plan knocked out. But then it came to solos, and I was extremely nervous because I had nothing, and I was by myself, and so like, now into trios, it's like, this last FNCS, I had so much prepared. I knew exactly what our game plan was. I knew what we were going to do, and we knocked it out.
You already mentioned earlier, your favorite game mode is duos in particular. What's your least favorite game mode?
Well, duos is always like a part of the game, but when trios came out, I was like, oh, no way, a year of trios. I hate it. Now we're on the duos, and I'm like, no, trios is gone. I want trios. And so I always didn't like squads, and I'm guessing if squads got announced for a year or however long, I would be like, I'd hate it, but then by the end of the year, I'd love it. So it's just like, I don't really know. I think squads right now, but who knows? Maybe it's probably solos, honestly.
Thank you very much for your time, Cease. It's very, very, very appreciated here. Where can the people find you?
At Cease on everything. That's just my handle across all socials. So just stay in touch.
Fantastic. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Love to hear from Cease there, particularly about confidence as well. We talked about this yesterday. Obviously, confidence plays a hugely important factor across the competition. Obviously, it's been the second day now. We're getting very close to the finish line, fellas, so this is going to be a big factor, as I said. Let's talk about some of our duos in question. Obviously, we saw loads of them in action yesterday, and we're going to see them again today, and can't wait to get things kicked off very shortly. Firstly, Jampers and Dukes here. Oh, guys, yesterday, first 3 games, Vivid, back-to-back third places in the first 3 games. That is, A, a very hard thing to do, and B, if they can replicate that today, they are in for a very, very decent ride indeed.
Yeah, Jamper and Duke definitely have to be happy with how they performed yesterday. You did highlight there that the first 3 games, they got 3rd place in every single one of those. And they got 7th, and then they got a 40th and a 14th. So they were definitely coming out strong at the start of day number 1, but they did not end too well. But that's okay, because we do have a second day. So if they can start it just like they started day number 1, then they should be really, really good spot on the leaderboard.
And I think a lot of their success came from the early rotates, using the vehicles to get ahead of zones, and then picking those priority positions on top of hills, which allowed them to get that surge and then funnel all that down through the rest of the game. Didn't see that happen over the back half, so likely they need to go back to their roots like what they did in the first couple of games.
Yeah, another team as well who, if we see the same thing as we did yesterday, it's going to be very, very interesting come the end of the day on the leaderboard, because Clicks and Day as well. We saw that victory royale, I think, with 10 eliminations on one of the games. I think it was game 3. But another team that we already knew was going to deliver a lot of the goods in this competition. But yesterday, it felt like things were just going in the right direction, Vivid.
Yeah, they were actually the only team yesterday on the NA East region to gather 2 victory royales, and they did it kind of in the same style. I mentioned it a little bit earlier. Got to pay attention to the elim feed when we are spectating these end games, because if clicks finds an elimination around that 6th zone, I can almost guarantee you they were going to run with that, and there are a lot of action. And typically they go for the higher ground. So if they get an elimination where they can get that refresh, pay attention to the higher ground, because they love immediately going for it right after that elim.
Yeah, they get stacked up by those mats and then look to make a play, and it's a lot more structured than I've seen them play in previous games, at least so far this season. And that is dangerous. If these two are figuring out how exactly to play these lobbies, that is a massive problem for everybody else.
It is. Another team causing a lot of problems for everybody else as well. Spade and Chimp, Vivid. We saw these guys, we could under the radar to a degree yesterday, but we saw they just started towards the end, accelerating their way towards the top spots. And they're currently sat in second now.
Yeah, and honestly, no really insane performance. Their best finish was actually a 3rd and a 7th place, and then every other finish was outside of the top 10 actually, but those placements were like 14th, 13th, so always very, very close and just gathering placement points in every single game. We also saw an insane individual performance out of Spade, and I believe it was game number 5, so a lot going for them as they do find themselves at the top of the leaderboard coming into day number 2.
And what I've seen from them should be able to be repeated, because they were just playing shoulder to shoulder. We talked about a lot of solo clutches, but this team was just playing together so well, and outside of 1 or 2 games, it was a team effort allowing them to succeed.
Yes, indeed it was. I mean, obviously a lot of the teams as well, all the teams, wherever you land POI wise as well, whether you're being kind of fought off spawn or not, plays a hugely important part in this competition. Let's take a closer look at a couple of particular POIs as well, because obviously that we're going to see some contestation undoubtedly. One place we're going to talk about is, read all about it, the Daily Bugle. Okay, now this is a great opportunity, a lot of loot there as well, Vivid, but it seems like it's a great place where we're going to see a lot of teams going head to head here, which could make or break the end game.
Yeah, and we see Bucky and Cam is going to be going up against Nico and Polarized. Now, after day number 1, I can tell you right now that there wasn't a head-to-head clash really ever between these two teams that are actually here. Typically, Bucky and Cam actually just looted up really quick, and they rotated out fast, and they actually immediately looked for a fight on the outskirts of the Bugle, either on like Crunchy and Pure, or there's the Walkers and Golden versus Spego and Charlie fight going on a little bit to the east of them. So they kind of just gathered the loot out of the Daily Bugle and got out of there as quickly as possible. And honestly, we saw them on the higher ground for a couple of games yesterday, so it was kind of working out because they were getting into those end game situations.
Definitely. I would like to see Bucky and Cam do a little bit more. Like you mentioned, they were in those solid positions, and Nico and Polarized were fairly quiet. There wasn't those big clashes happening over the Bugle. Both these guys were just taking their loot, and they're like, all right, I'll see you in endgame. We'll fight later on.
Yeah, we saw obviously at the Bugle there's a bunch of web shooters up for grabs as well. Obviously we've seen rotation-wise yesterday, particularly in the end games when there's, I think it was Miro yesterday, but clutching up, rotating out from mountains underneath, using those web shooters so effectively there as well, so efficiently. I'm sure we're going to see plenty more of that today as well. Let's take a look as well at, Tilted Towers, of course, is a place that's come back into the map this year. A fan favorite to a degree here. Can get very congested very quickly, but again, another very exciting place to watch from the get-go.
Yeah, and honestly, Tilted Towers has kind of surprised me. We know that Acorn and Kanata lane here, Illish and Jack, and then TK and Visuals, and none of those teams are really doing too well. And with the amount of loot that is in Tilted Towers, I kind of expected it to be the other way around, especially the caliber of like Acorn and Kanata there, because they were getting that north side kind of uncontested. And I really just expect them to do so much better with the loot that you can get out of Tilted Towers.
Acorn Kanata, they're a day 2 team. They're sitting in 8th place. They're within striking distance. They got a shot. But overall in Tilted, I think it's more been these extended engagements. Like after these teams rotate out, they're just taking shots at each other, much less those early game, quick 50-50s that we've seen in some other POIs.
Yeah, I mean, this is a great opportunity as well for us to kind of, before the first game kicks off very shortly, to kind of chat a bit about what actually happened yesterday as well, and what we're kind of hoping we're going to see today, if you will as well. Vivid, yesterday, were you surprised by anything that you kind of saw, whether it be play style, whether it be the way kind of utilizing the meta at all? Obviously, high ground's always been a big factor in the game here, but we had some low ground victories as well. It seemed that the mid ground was a really interesting place where a lot was happening and kind of ultimately defined how each game was going to go about as well. What did you find that happened?
I think the biggest story to tell was honestly the solo clutches that we saw. I think that a lot of these teams at the top of the leaderboard, they're really up there because of the solo performances that happened in one or two of these games. We know that Booga and Miro, both of them, they found themselves in a solo situation yesterday, and they just capitalized on it so well. We know that Spade had a great solo clutch yesterday. That's why he is at the top of the leaderboard. And like I mentioned earlier, really the only duo that I've seen work every single game together so well in that end game and not really find themselves in a solo situation is actually Clix and Day, which is kind of the opposite of what we usually see out of them, right, SPG?
Yeah, definitely. And we'll see if that teamwork can continue, because they dropped a few 1, 2, 0-point games where they need to bring that up more and raise their floor, like Sundown said yesterday. The other team that I want to talk about is Shadow and OMG Me Too. They're landing in that bottom left corner. They have been conned, but not really fighting, because there's that natural barrier between the windmills and then the other side. So the two have just been shooting at one another, not necessarily going one way or another, but that's given the storm surge for Shadow and OMG Me Too. And then I'm seeing them play aggressive. For a new team, they're consistently looking aggressive in these end games, and they're not shying away from anybody. They're looking for fights, getting these refreshes, and that's what has put them in a really strong place going into day 2.
Yeah, I mean, there are so many teams we could highlight here as well, lads. I mean, for me, Aegis and Rise comes to mind as well. Yes, that we saw a lot of times that they tried to play for high ground, try to dominate up top, but then suddenly realized, wait, we're running out of mats pretty fast here. Rather than kind of holding steady, let's come a bit, closer together. Let's reunite, because when you get separated from your teammate as well, it can make things very difficult, particularly when it gets so anarchic towards the end of each game. So great to see the kind of the communications there, the IGL working hard to kind of bring the team back together again. Obviously, getting them over the line because they're in contention now as well. So great to see that too. But obviously, looking at today as well, we've got Booga and Miro sat at the top here. Obviously, we've had these teams here, a team here that has obviously won multiple competitions, a World Cup winner, as well as FNCS current champions as well here. Obviously, other teams will be looking at them thinking, how exactly are we going to take that first position there as well? Vivid, today, how do they go about doing that? Like, what is, I mean, it's a very open question here, but overnight, obviously, teams talking. What do you think today they're going to do? What happened reviewing those VODs last night that will change today for some of our teams?
I think if it's anything, we saw a lot of teams go for the high ground, and they just didn't have the resources necessary to continue that high ground domination like we saw Bucky and Cam. They can never really hold it, even though we found them up there a lot of times. But it's just, you got to manage your resources better coming into day number 2, because you do have the preparation that you found from day 1, and you can use that experience in day number 2.
And the key piece is, the zones are longer, the distances are longer, the time is longer. So rather than what we saw last season, players have to extend these zones even more, and without getting refreshes, it's just not possible to hold from 5th zone all the way into the end of the game unless you have a Harpoon or the Spider-Man web shooters.
Good point. Good points, boys. Obviously, before we get into game 1, which is right around the corner, okay, we've got of course got our predictions from yesterday. We need to look at these again and see exactly how we're currently faring as well before going into this. You guys at home love this as well, and by all means, play along on us for socials. Myself here, Booga and Miro, I got lucky. What can I say? I got very lucky. They're in first place right now, 188 points. It was a good day yesterday, but can they hold out and continue that? Vivid, talk us through Stretch and Commandment.
Yeah, me and MDF are going to be hoping that Stretch and Commandment perform a little bit better today. They are sitting right now in 13th place with 113th points, so about 70 points behind first place, but a lot to play for today, and they got to improve on their play style.
And like I said, Acorn Kanata, they're a day 2 team. They're going to lock it in and finish up on top, at least I hope so, as well as Sundown sticking with his guys, Pamstu and Fatch. They're sitting in 16th, also in striking distance to make a run here on day 2.
Yeah, go on, Pamsto and Fatch. I love that Sundown literally week on week has been championing these guys. It could happen. It's still, I think they're in 16th right now. Anything's possible on FNCS Finals NAE. We know this time after time again and again, we've seen that happen. It is time for game one. We are going to be heading into the action right here. The final act is upon us. Let's head over to the almighty MDF and Sundown to jump into the action for us. Fellas, over to you. Let's do it, boys.
Thank you so much, Adam, Vivid, and SBG. And what's up, Fortnite fam? My name's Sundown, joined by Monster D-Face to call the final 6 matches here in NA East. And Monster, as they broke it down, the top of the table is real tight.
Oh man, it's getting really, really close up there. You see what separates the competition is really coming down to placement points, who can make end games. And we all know day 2 is always the much more difficult day as teams start to assess what went wrong in the previous day. New strategies begin to come out. You just need to hope and pray it doesn't affect your performance and your strat, right? The route that you've created coming out of day 1.
Yeah, you have to be able to buckle down because as we've seen, and I feel like it's in duos in particular, where teams will really hit the vase. They'll go back and say, hey, this spot of the map is open, or this team rotates really early and we can grab some of their loot and maybe ambush them afterward. And we've seen some really varying performances from day 1 to day 2, where teams have, I don't want to say come out of nowhere, but strung together 3 or 4 games and really put themselves in contention. But right now, my eyes are on the top of that leaderboard because they're separated by a couple of elims here and there.
Yeah, definitely. It all comes down to this last game here, or this final set of games. Let's get ahead and jump on this battle bus because it sounds like it's ready.
Game 7 of 12, 1 of 6 today, and welcome if you're just hopping aboard the battle bus. Well, we've had a lot of very interesting fights going down right off of the rip. Generally, Greasy has been where we started. I mean, we saw Rise and Agers as well as Nounsy and Sprite going head-to-head. It was a 4-2 score there yesterday, but we'll hop on board and see what the analyst desk was talking about, Monster, here with that very quick loot in and out from Bucky and Cam, and, well, we know there's a reason for it this time.
Yeah, definitely love this here. They found themselves a nice little llama there. Very worth jumping out, but here's that fight they wanted to see. Sprite and Nounsy get a quick touchdown here as things are going to start breaking out, and it seems like it's another battle for the coolers inside main building. Nounsy, unfortunately, only finding a sniper here, so Sprite and Nounsy surely at a disadvantage right now. You have to assume so. Yep, Agers and Rise here are pretty comfortable with shotguns in hand.
Yeah, I mean, the auto shotgun, we've talked about how strong it can be, particularly early on when your opponents don't necessarily have that maximum amount of HP, and getting the slightly better drop and controlling the interior of that main house has given them just the infinitely better loot so far. And you can see, actually, Sprite and Nounsy don't have any shields.
And this is the way you want to play this. They make quick do of getting their HP up, and now comes the full push on inside. Can you get them before they start to situate? That's a great tag there and a shield crack. That's going to be all the confidence that they're going to need to go ahead and want to push this fight in. Sprite trying to play the pillar here, but it's a cheeky angle for Nounsy up top. He finds that one too, and just like that, they find themselves quick 6 points here, cleaning up Greasy Grove, now having the entire POI to themselves.
Yeah, and for those of you who are just joining us, did not follow those fights yesterday, the score now is 5-2. Agers and Rise have the advantage. However, you might think, why do they keep taking this fight? Well, whoever has won that fight has done exceptionally well in every single game. They've made it all the way through the end. They've been able to get off points, but they are both just ramming their heads into each other there. And it's been relatively close. 4-2 coming in today, 5-2 to start. We'll keep an eye on kind of how that ends up turning out as we take a look at some of our other teams up at the top and what's going on with them.
Looking pretty good right now. This is their draw spot. They have it completely to themselves. As we know, they tend to do just this, right? You max out your metal, and then they play for prime positioning to the top of the analyst table's point, though. It's about getting out quickly and playing for those big drops. They did well in the first 3 games. On over to the Covert Cavern, though. Seems like we have some action to kind of fill in this early game void. Mind you, these are teams that need to have exceptional day 2s right now if they want to stay in the competition and, you know, earn themselves some big prizing, because there's a lot to fight for, right? We can see teams truly jump their way up into those additional prizings, especially if you can get inside the top 10.
Yeah, and don't forget, just because you're not at the top, we still have 6 games of Fortnite to be played. A lot can change, and there's still money on the line for those additional placements. We saw the breakdown at the top. Their share of I think it's 637 and then 500. I don't know. It's some numbers in this. Right around $600,000. Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot of money. But to be honest, for most of these players, the thing they're more interested in, that Axe of Champions, man. They care about that clout instantly coming through. I mean, I saw the Asia winners less than, I believe, 5 minutes after they'd had that victory royale come through. Literally already had the post out on the social medias, as you say, Monster, with them holding the axe, a nice little sunset in the background.
Yeah, gotta flex it out, man. Got to show it off. That's what becoming kind of engraved in that roster of FNCS champions is everything to these players, and that unique cosmetic, man, you can't hide it.
Yeah, and engraved also in Legends Landing. If you haven't had the opportunity to check it out, make sure you check it out in game. It's a place where you can get the box fight-ins, you can earn the drops if you're just hanging out in there, watching in there. You can end up checking out the mannequins, some of the outfits that are in there, and as well as, you know, catching all the action, because we're going to catch the action. Knifer and Bila, very interesting team. Currently, I would say the gatekeepers to the top 5, sitting in 5th right now. Who are competing in their first NAE FNCS final. And
all you have to do is continue to remain consistent, which their draw spot can provide just that. You know, I mean, talk about limiting any kind of factors that can, you know, alter your gameplay. Having a llama consistently is definitely the big play for me here. I think a few tags, okay, onto 20 and reciprocal. They're going to go and back off. Not enough for them to fully commit or anything, but these are very, you know, imperative and crucial tags to staying in the game for the
one of the things on that
on through, so you know they can take fights like shots.
Yeah, so if in terms of the points, looking at the bottom left-hand corner, our current leaders coming to the match are sitting at 188. One thing to note, though, minus the 2 victory royales on Clicks and Day yesterday, a lot of our points are really spread out, and that's where they got majority of theirs. So what does that mean? A team who ends up winning normally is gaining right around 50 points. It's 32 for the win. Give them 6 eliminations times 3. That's another 18. So 50 points going in there. If you're able to kind of get that 50-point game, so say if Stretch and Commandment were able to get a W here, and then a couple of the top teams drop down, all of a sudden they go from 13th to right into that top 5, maybe top 7 conversation. And all of a sudden, Monster, if coming into this day number 2, you chain together 2 pretty solid games like we saw yesterday from Jamper and Dukes right off of the start, that adds up super quickly.
Very possible. Absolutely very possible. And, you know, the same thing goes in reverse for the top tier teams, right? Yes, you had a great, you know, succession of games yesterday, but a few dropped rounds and all of a sudden you are right down in the melting pot with everyone else trying to claw your way up and, you know, find yourself a breakaway position. So it can really go both ways. It's a double-edged sword the way these positions and these games play out. These next 6 are so important. No one's on track to end the tournament early. That's a fact. So we're going for all 6 here. It's going to be all or nothing.
Yeah, we did talk about that match point format a little bit yesterday and a little bit today, but just so y'all are aware, particularly based on the scores we've seen, we aren't going to see that here in NA East. And if you are, it's going to be less of a match point rule and more of a mercy rule because somebody is just dominating so hard today that they've really put the competition that far behind them. For reference, the going on, I believe, 4 time in a row FNCS champ down in Brazil, that final match is wrapping up right about now. They're going into that final match with like 489 or 497 points like that. They've won 5 of the 11 games already. So even if we go all the way through, it's going to be tough. Go ahead, Monster.
This is an important fight right here, though, for OMG. Me, right now, 4th place. And Shadow1X, who are on the run here, getting chased down by a team that's probably looking for some big surge tags here. It's Cracked and Owl. Owl lining up the split here. And just like that, your tournament can end, so you do have to be very, very cautious, especially when you're sitting inside those one-story high bases. That's what you saw right there out of OMG and Shadow. They were in a very low base, and you just had Owl all of a sudden sneaking up behind them, and they almost purged in, but Shadow was just a little bit more cautious and aware of his surroundings. He managed just to find them out.
This zone reveal gets real awkward. You see in the right-hand corner, you're talking about them getting bogged down in this fight. They have a duo rotating right behind them. They have Owl and Cracked right in front of them as well, who have invested a solid amount of hard materials here. Granted, if they can get into Greasy, the refarm isn't awful, but I mean, OMG Me Too isn't covering his back, and luckily for him, if you check the bottom right-hand corner, the duo I talked about actually just swung wide around the side, so making sure there's no one there. It looks like Owl and Cracked are leaving a little bit early, but right now, Spade and Chimp, they're posted out right on top of a reboot van. It looks like they got eyes for something.
Yeah, they're looking at that weakened wall over there. Wait for the edit there, and it's a 3-2-1 situation. They get a couple big tags in there, and that's really all they were looking for, right? Not the elimination, it's all those extra free tags. Had some headshots snuck in there. That would have been probably the most ideal situation, but hey, you know what? They'll be extremely happy to have found all of those body tags here. And think about this, guys. This is our second place team you're watching. Once again, the Masters at work here. Little plays like that are the difference maker for staying away from the surge, staying out of the threat. And this is something that Jamper and Dukes have to do as well. So having them on screen right now is still equally important. Let's restart. Hopping into these replays, let's take a look here. Reciprocal and 20, they were lighting up the feed. So it seems like this battle ended up engaging on. Ooh, okay.
Some great shots from Reciprocal right there. That 150 close range, being able to get that. And that's just the advantage. We've talked about it, how we see a lot of players similar to what Miro has right now in his inventory, rocking that SMG plus whatever rifle you come across. And actually seeing probably more of an edge towards a Ranger than we'd seen during the qualifiers, was players recognizing just how valuable not having that really abrupt damage fall off can be. With that being said, though, if you're not holding a shotgun in those wall-to-wall fights and the other player is, you're at a disadvantage straight up if they hit their shot. Like, they will have the ability to out-trade you with that striker pump into an SMG or an MK7 swap if you just straight stick to the SMG. The SMG might have outright higher damage, but they'll have the higher burst in that situation, which if you're not hitting all of your shots, and we can see, yeah, it's relatively easy if you're right on top of someone, but, I mean, the 150, you're not getting that in light bullets.
Yeah, no, and at this moment, you're hoping that you have an AR, which a lot of teams are not going to have one right now as the surge is active. You saw when it popped there, it said 228 was the low damage number that teams are going to have to go ahead and fight, or the lowest team would have to fight their way out of. For Booga and Miro, they were just a bit above it, but now slipping behind him pretty quickly. So the distance here, the trace shots they were going for, not enough. So instead, they're going to start opting to hit the city here to see if they can find someone inside of Greasy.
And for those of you who don't know, Storm Surge will do 25 damage every 5 seconds on the 3rd, 5th, and 7th zone if we're above a particular number of players. Now keep an eye on the top left-hand corner. Storm Surge will turn on in the 3rd zone until that number says 70. We're currently at 90. That means 10 duos could potentially be under pressure here in just 45 seconds. So expect a ton of action to go down. And right now we're tuning in with 2 of our teams who are right on either side of the border. We have Booga and Miro on the left-hand side who are currently underneath it. And actually just going to bounce right back up above, but might end up costing Miro a little bit. That cost him a decent amount of HP, but nice 3 points going over for them.
To be fair, that might just be enough here. That's a full elimination. You also get damage for the down body too. So for them, that couldn't have worked any better. It looked like it was a team that needed to get inside of here. So the actual play right now is for them, just kick it, right? They can, yes, fight for the 3 points, but think about it. So much fighting is already occurring here. There's going to attract, or they can attract other attention from players nearby.
I'm very curious because that elimination was onto Owl, who was the one who was gatekeeping Shadow and Me Too. So to me, that indicates Shadow and Me Too probably ended up swinging around that southern side and are now right next to Booga and Miro, which means our 1st and 4th place teams are right on top of each other. But right now we can see Charlie and Spegu left-hand side. They are below. They're also in the zone, so they're going to start taking some damage. On the right-hand side, Knifer and Byla, who are currently in 5th place, are just now getting forced below Monster. They're going to have to go.
Yeah, they're going to have to get active here. 5 more players have to go down. There's a duo in front of them. Lucky for them, this is a fight that they can definitely take. Looks like he was attempting to set the floor. Oh, no, never mind. That was the spicy chug splash. So they're willing to commit here. That's the speed pickup and also to get them that quick HP here so they don't have to slow down. Looks for the enemy edit, but doesn't come through. Instead, it comes from the top there. This is on to Spade and Chip. Big fight going down right now. 5th and 2nd place going toe-to-toe for Storm Surge. Knifer, one more tag away. Can Byla find one there? And no, unfortunately, he does not. Down goes Knifer. Byla should be next into the box and just gift it up to Chip and Spade. Served on a platter. And just like that, 6 points in a top team falls in game number 7.
And they fall directly to another team who's competing with them on the leaderboard. And honestly, I think if both the Elim credits ended up going over to Spade and Chimp, that's going to put them just a couple points behind Booga and Miro. Didn't look like they picked up any additional Elims there, but they weren't under pressure. We're going to swing on over to Peterbot and Quanti, who, while 72 damage above that threshold, one duo is being hit. They are very center and stacked with a nice little group of duos who are there right now.
Yeah, big group of duos here. Have to be super cautious, but Crunchy and Pure on the other side. Right now, making a little rotate, 38 damage below. Looking for any opportunity to get in on a team. Now, he does have some heals, but this is that big problem pros start to face if you play a little too passive. Everyone's already based up. It's going to be really difficult for you to find anyone, and that's the single player between Crunchy and Pure here who are below the surge. 5 damage below. All it's going to take is a little tag, and it'll suddenly exchange hands to someone else. There's a vehicle here. This could be the moment to keep him in the game, but no tag found from Crunchy.
Trying to keep an eye on Pure, see if that number does end up going up. Now, this might be a circumstance where it's worth having one of your players go down because nobody else has to move. But as I say that, they're able to just barely get themselves above. It will shift over, and you're going to hope that that shift is enough pressure that that other duo isn't ready for it and that somebody ends up going down in this exchange, because if it goes back over to him, Monster, they've burnt every piece of utility, and while the shields will keep you in the game, every second you're popping a shield is a second you aren't throwing bullets towards somebody else. And if you're not actually throwing shots out, you're not getting damage, which won't put you above the threshold. You're just delaying the inevitable and hoping that somebody else will impact the game. And luckily for them, it looks like Thatch is going to do just that, as Nico gets confirmed, but might have not actually. We might have seen a reboot coming through. Nope, the rest of that number end up going through. Storm Surge turns off. We're now down to 67 players as Threats finds a pair in Joji and Rokane.
Also, Nico falls there. You can see at the full confirmation elimination. Polarize found by Pamsu. So the big trade there. Mind you, Pamsu is fighting his way up to the top 10 here. You can see go, boys. In the distance there. It's Pamsu and Thatch right underneath. Spade and Chimp have eyes on the team up above. If Pamsu and Thatch catch wind of this target, they could probably look to bring them down there.
Yeah, and Spade and Chimp have a great angle to start laying shots, but they're actually going to switch their targets, and I think it makes sense to put a little bit more pressure on the team underneath. You can kind of get the team above saying, hey, you guys see what's going on here? You can get a part of this, and if you're able to make a team defend from 2 different angles, from above and from a side, that's how you start having shots end up weaving in. Keep an eye on the top left-hand corner as AMT gets a knock onto Pure. We talked about just how utter shambles that team was due to the Storm Surge coming through, so good job by AMT to kind of take advantage of that and recognize the situation, but also pretty good job for them be able to hold on to where they were, as we'll get a replay of some of the teams falling during the Storm Surge, being able to put themselves above. What brilliant shots from Peterbot to just rescue his team there. And then they pushed the situation too.
Look at that big knock in the distance, and that is the Ranger in play, then the full push. That is the kind of aggression you love to see, but also just the difference in having that other type of rifle with heavy damage down range. You don't really get to see it very often, so that was a rare pickup right there. For Dukes and Jamper, seems like Surge was an issue for them in the previous one. Now out of heals for Jamper, no whites to work off of, just shields here. And you can tell that they are fighting it out for the big tags here. 12 more players are gonna have to go down before the 40-second mark. Otherwise, things are gonna get super active for Pamsu and Thatch. It's not a problem though. They just picked up a fresh 2-pack. Let's see how it all folds.
Yeah, keeping an eye on the French-Canadian pair, pushing down in here, getting the shots in, and honestly, that was pretty impressive there. You can tell MIH Moo a little bit frustrated, but really good job from them being able to kind of get all that excess loot. And the benefit here, Monster, actually, we're going to pause for a second, as they're below Surge. You see that 40 below on that side, and Cracked and Owl are also below. That's on the right-hand part of your screen, so the duos are going to need to get active. They got 10 seconds till it starts going, so despite having 4 eliminations, yes, they are just barely able to get themselves back above.
Look at this, Crack. Once again, getting pushed in here. You saw him struggle on the rotate on in, uses Mythic Web Slingers to get to this position, all of a sudden lost his shield and now having to fend for himself and defend back. 2v1 situation, but holding his own to stay in the game. Day is definitely knocked in the feed. That's by the hands of Crack there. And that was that fight we just watched right here. It's because the Surge is active. Clix has to clutch up right now. It's all or nothing here. Here comes the Surge being thrown in, so does the lobby. Cracked ready for the right-hand peek, and just like that, Clix and Day get taken out here. Right behind him is OMG and Shadow. They were also part of that fight there, a factor in the pressure behind Clix and Day. The story, the plot thickens just a little bit as big teams start to clash here.
Yeah, the plot thickens, but if you're Clix, the plot really sickens there. That's a tough situation where they were pinned down. They felt like they're doing okay. They're fighting hip to hip, but Cracked had no decision. He had to go, and his aggression actually forced Storm Surge back down onto them. So getting the knock on today, then plus having the Surge comes through, just a little bit too much pressure for Clix while finding an angle to be able to get the shot. Good defensive play from Cracked. Good rotation from OMG, Me2, and Shadow to get in front of the zone and then be able to about face. They're going to have an opportunity to range some shots down, because if you keep an eye on the bottom right hand corner, there's still a decent number of teams who need to rotate.
Yeah, right now, Shadow and OMG, one of the few teams inside the top 5 still standing right now as other teams are beginning to pretty much get broken down there. Here's Booga, here's Miro, still alive right now. Users as a solo sitting up above. Miro, Booga start to look up right now, trying to see if they can find the floorboard to bring them down. Yes, they do single out Users floor right there, but no catch. They threw the rod out. Nothing came back.
Needed better bait in that situation. Monster didn't put a big enough worm on the line there, but we see Pamstow picking up another one. They're eating good tonight. You can see their coolers plenty stocked full. They'll be tossing those on the grill and hoping to keeping it rolling right now as we're going to swing on over. Second place team still up on their feet right now, which they were our leaders coming in. We saw Chimp actually pick up another Elim. It looks like they've just barely edged out the lead right now. Chimp himself doing it with 3 Elims, Monster. They're 2 points clear of them.
Another thing to mention, Iamzo and DJ finally making an end game after their strong start, bad fizzle out. So this is that day 2 performance we're looking out for. Those are the teams that have that opportunity to come back. This is what makes FNCS Final 2-day format so exciting here. You never really know who's going to continue to keep themselves in the game here. For Chimp and Spade, though, they're trying to do everything now. Shred to pieces on the rotate through, held to the storm behind him. He has to bulldoze his way in, and it's not going to be enough. Spade also focused on the back half. It's not looking good here as he gets down to 9 HP. Just a few damage above here. Is there enough in the magazine to get the Elim? Doesn't look like it. Back to the storm he goes. A little bit of a misplay there, and he gets ticked out. On high ground, though, it's a huge battle in the mid ground. Miro and Booga still holding on, looking very, very good here.
And we're into the cascading placement points as well. So each duo that drops is +1 points. Currently up on the high ground, we have Peterbot. Quanti trying to get a little bit ahead to provide the connection. We'll see the swing from Peterbot to go forward. That's on the left side of the screen. On the right side of the screen, we have Miro and Booga in your top right, Dukes and Jamper in your bottom right. You already saw just how delicate the balance is up at the top. Chimp and Spades were able to take it away, but just the placement points going back over to Booga and Miro will put them into first place. Still keeping eyes at the zone. Will pull back, actually going over towards the old builds. Going to pull a little bit out from the space as everyone's looking for a little bit of room right now to operate. We still see Pamstow and Fash up on that mid tarp as well, trying to find a little bit of room. As in the top right hand corner, we're going to zoom on in, and Miro right on the back, 20 attacks, and that's when the OMG he gets taken down. But Miro needs to find that siphon, needs the HP back. He's going to be able to get it, needs to pop some minis. There's plenty of excess shield, but what he needs is time, and the iron wall will buy him that.
And you're watching that master play right there. Beautiful job there, noticing, still putting down a cone so he doesn't get caught out there. Shadow 1X tries his best to fend off there and get a trade, but he could not find the tag there. This is a 0 elimination game for him, something we have not seen in any of his day 1 performances. They were really leading the pack with the rest of the top 3 up there with eliminations. This time around, though, things just don't start to fall in the way he was expecting. What's happening up top? It's Quanti and Peterbot, and all of a sudden Peterbot slammed from behind. Kanata and Agers start to swing their way on up, and yes, they have control of height now.
Kanata hit him with just the dink of a century. That was a heavy shotgun shot right to the teeth. You heard the sound effect come through, and it's brilliant. It shows you just how good and precise that weapon can be. But Quanti now on the backside of the zone trying to make the plays, and instead he gets popped like a pinata there. Great shot picking him up on the other side by Dukes. He's going to be able to pick up the points, but what we've seen so far from OMG Me2 in Shadow, whether it's in the qualifiers or yesterday, has been these ridiculous individual efforts, and he's getting himself just just outside the top 10. Maybe a little bit of a caster's curse there as he goes down to 11th. We're going to swing on over, though, to the World Cup champ and the FNCS owner here in NA East. Miro himself trying to run through, trying to push that point total up as they're up to 215 on the back of 3 limbs and another top 10 performance. But hey, Dukes is cooking as well, and so is Pamstow in the feed.
And we're seeing a lot of individuals fall, but that placement count not really come through, so there's solos in play here. Yamto taken out, Trashy goes down, Stretch in another endgame, and somehow Stretch and Commandment make their way into the top 10, throw them in that conversation, fighting their way up. Dukes, though, holding on to a dear thread. 5 eliminations is what separates him from Bugha and Miro here, as they manage to just edge themselves up. But here, the placement points are gonna be the difference now. 5 elims as well for Stretch and Commandment, who own the ultimate low. Not a soul in sight wants to come down to the crypts to mess with the boys down here, but material is gone. Oh no, the river's in play. This is gonna become more and more difficult now.
Yeah, you can't drop the ultimate low because it will drag you out of that zone. And I mean, we've seen what Sentin ends up doing when he's down in that area. He's so good at fighting just around that area. Excuse me, Stretching Commandment. Apologize. But on the opposite side, we see Fatchy Fishy ends up getting his run ended. But Pamstow says, hello, what's that? No, it's Acorn actually taking advantage of it. He's going to take it down. There's still him and Canada running through as Bugha finds a little bit of space, but no more builds. And we have just a 2v2 to close it out. And it's all veterans, Monster.
Kanata and Acorn still alive right now. Bugha mixed up down low. So he's one of the few solos in the game here as Miro's completely knocked. Unretrievable. Scented is here with the side angle alongside Cold. Nothing's going to be found there for Bugha. He finds the first tag, but this is it. They know better. They close him out, and a huge shot. Cold willing to go head-to-head there, and all of a sudden 10 eliminations for Cold and company. Kanata and Agers, though, trying to close this one out here alongside Acorn. Acorn and Kanata. Beautiful job right there. It's just a 2v2, a clean 2v2. Not only that, they have the mats in the hold here on the edge of the wall, but wait a second. Kanata just gets ripped up. Luckily, Acorn with the better angles closes out strong.
And a good job making sure that they had Kanata lower to be able to pressure, but Acorn still securing the victory royale up on the high ground. They will take game number 1 here on day 2 of the Chapter 3 Season 1 FNCS in NA East. And Monster, I mean, there were a lot of elims going down, but I think we're going to see a little bit of separation from our top 2, and then a couple teams who are really going to push themselves back into the conversation.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, these are comeback stories right now for Acorn and Kanata. Look at this. They jump up into 5th place. We saw Stretching Commandment there jump their way on up. Sensen and Cold do the same exact thing, and that was the terrain coming into play there. You saw how that mountain all of a sudden made for the sandwich down low and the colliding of all those players, and just like that, things ended really quickly. We had a full zone of pull in front of us, but the time wasn't there.
Yeah, we went from like real quick. I was looking and it was like, oh, 8 players, 4 duos, 2v2v2. Then I looked back and it was a 5 and 3 real quick, and that was all she wrote. But to break down what we might have missed and what happened to the leaderboard, we're going to send it back on over to Adam, Vivid, and SVG. Gentlemen.
Yes, great game to start things off here in day 2. We saw so many vets in the end game. Some in duos, some solos, but my oh my, it was unbelievable. I think what we all love to see as well, Acorn and Kanata, us at back of house here while the broadcast was going live with the casters there. We were kind of saying, hello, Kanata, going high ground. What? We got excited. And ending up with 8 eliminations and a victory royale. That is surely going to put those guys at least into the top, I guess, maybe they're the top 10 or so, but what a great start from those boys.
Oh yeah, they're definitely flying up the leaderboard, probably around like that top 4, top 5, because they were like 8th, 7th coming into today. But what was awesome, all of our predictions find themselves in that top 7. We saw Pamstow and Fadge, we saw Stretch, we saw Bugha coming down 3rd place. There was a nice parting gift onto Cole, kind of helping Acorn and Kanata in those last moments right there. SPG, you gotta be feeling good about your prediction now.
Oh yeah, I said they were a day 2 team. They're coming in strong. First game, taking that dub, boys. But generally, I think day 2 is for the veterans, because we've seen just in this first game, they're all locked in right now. They're all ready to play, and so many of these duos that we saw in those last zones were the best of the best in the region.
Yeah, and we've got to take a look at, a couple of them right now. Obviously, we saw Bugha there as well. You saw Dukes as well. The great thing is that when you lose one of your teammates, the fact that you can just continuously pushing through, because you know how pivotal those placement points are, particularly in the end game when so many players go down in such a quick space of time, a very short space of time. it makes all the difference. And we saw their mirror going down, but Bugha just continuously pushing forward here and managing to at least keep them in amongst the top 2 or 3 positions there, Vivid.
Yeah, awesome performance out of Bugha and Mira. Find themselves a duo for a very large portion of that endgame, and that's when they're really, really dangerous, when they both are alive. We talk a lot about their solo potential, but you combine their solo potential as a duo when they are actually alive as a duo, and it's just that much more dangerous. Bugha was there, obviously, to just clutch up those couple more placement points, secure that 3rd place finish, and that can make all the difference when it comes down to the actual leaderboard at the end of the day.
Yeah, they're an angry team in those end games. We saw them just pushing teams, bullying them off layers, and that's what they're so good at. And we saw both our top teams, Dukes and Muga. We're going to call him Muga from now on.
Fine.
Staying through in these end games.
Okay. Well, let's see if Muga and Miro can still retain that top spot now on the leaderboard. Let's check it out. They are right there. Bugha and Miro are currently sitting pretty at 226 points. We're right on their tails. Jamper and Dukes we saw there as well. You know, all the kind of teams that were there, you know, in the last kind of like final end game part there as well. We saw all had a lot of eliminations under their belt. Hence, we can see how things have really changed in the elimination bracket there as well, Vivid.
Yeah, and as previously mentioned, Acorn and Kanata will find themselves in 4th place because of that victory royale. Well played from them coming into day number 2, game 1. We see Shadow and OMG not too far behind, actually same amount of points, just barely losing out on that tiebreaker. Find themselves in the 5th position. Ages and Rise also winning off spawn over at the Greasy Grove. As Sundun mentioned, the score is now 5-2 against Nounsy and Spray, so they're doing well, and I love to see it. Commandment and Stretch sneaking in. They're now 9th place.
Hey, not only them, but Fatch and Pamstu also doing really well that last game in the top 10. We did see Spade and Chimp fall early, so they didn't gain as many points, and this leaderboard's still so close after just 1 game.
It is. I mean, you can see those top 6 positions there as well. Only, 30 points between the 6th and 7th position, which is a gap, but one that can easily be made back. You know, with one good game, anything's possible here. But we can see the second half of the top 20 or the leaderboard here as well, Vivid. And again, big teams are part of this, and we can see that there's still a lot of familiar teams and duos still massively in contention.
Yeah, I think the biggest name that we're going to be looking at here is Scented and Cold in the 14th position. Listen, they had a very quiet day number 1, but to come out day number 2, game number 1, and find your place, 2nd place, that's what they love to do, right? Scented loves those 2nd place games because he just loves to dominate the lower ground. And it was really cool to see that game actually because Stretch and Commandment were the ones actually controlling it, but Scented and Cold actually ended up taking it from them, and that's how they ended up securing themselves that 2nd place finish right there. So Scented and Cold gotta keep up the strategy that they have for this day number 2 games right now.
That is absolutely spot on. We're 1 game down, 5 to go here on NAE. Let's head back to our casters, Sun and MDF, who are waiting anxiously here because we have got one massive game 2 coming your way.
Thank you so much, Adam, Vivid, and SBG. 1 game down, 5 to go, but already there is a little bit of a shakeup going on there at the top of the leaderboard, Monster.
Yeah, what's standing out to me is that Bugha and Miro's effectively giving themselves a game buffer, right? They can sort of, have a little cushion, but so do Jamper and of course Dukes there. They're the only 2 teams that have about a 20-point lead across the rest of the pack. So that's super important since they have 5 more games in front of them. That little bit of buffer is going to be the difference if they can continue to break away. And big games like that, man, Bugha and Miro, unexpected to see them continue to stay so active. And here it is, though. It sounds like the next battle bus is ready. It's game number 8 here, Sundown.
Game 8, and here we go. And the biggest takeaway, Monster, honestly, I feel, is that Miro and Bugha and Jamper and Dukes were the ones who didn't necessarily have a little bit of a false start after day 1. We kind of looked at that top 4, necessarily maybe the top 5, and we say, hey, there's a little bit of separation from the rest of the pack. Who can keep that going? And after that game number 7, they really are the ones who say, hey, we're the veterans here. We've done it before. We've taken W's in this circumstance, and they're really putting it on the line. But talk about putting it on the line yet again, once more over to the Grove.
Different strategy in play, though. Rise is going to go in and prioritize the shotgun here, but what in the world? Spark ends up standing there trying to go for the chest, and that was the misplay that he's going to be regretting right now. It's a heavy shotgun. It's got the range. It's got everything you need from that sort of distance here. But Agers, wait a second. No. Weapon in hand. And Rise and Agers get turned and burnt on as Nounsy manages to clutch up. That was completely unexpected.
Really good job from Nounsy taking advantage of the fact he should have recognized that it was a heavy shotgun plus I think an AR on the opposite side, or maybe even just a pickaxe. The thing with the heavy shotgun, if you're not overly precise right off of the bat, those DPS weapons, it's kind of the opposite of what I talked about. It's like, yes, when the heavy shotgun comes through and it hits its shots, as we saw right off of the rip, it was able to just put Sprite immediately out. However, if you don't hit your shots and somebody's able to sit there on the flip side of that, where they have that Stinger SMG, a rare MK, and an epic MK, they're able to turn it around, as we see Macwood and Donnie turning it around a little bit, trying to put their own foot on the gas. Donnie's able to pick up a nice little double for himself there, and we actually see Yamso and Degen go and take the fight to Knifer and Byla, so another little swap-up monster.
Big fight right there, and they're still active right now. They should be the two little cursors up in the top right going head to head, so pay attention to the feed. We'll see what happens. And just to talk about the Agers and Rise thing one more time, Agers picked up both shotguns, and that was the difference as to, I believe, how Rise didn't have a weapon here. So little things like that, got to be very cautious. But on over to Degen here. What can they do? The Game 1 winners of the FNCS Finals in top 16, that just shows you how strong of a game they had to continue to keep them in the running, living off the backs of that performance here. Degen has to clutch up right now, but Knifer and Byla have just been playing exceptional these last 2 days. Take a look at the aggression here. It's all buying games. Ooh, forward take, he owns the wall too, 155, and easy tracking right there onto Degen.
Great shots from Byla. I mean, he's not looking like the player who's played in his first FNCS final right now, and something that's a little bit of a different look, right? And Yamso and Degen were giving them more space yesterday than we saw during the qualifiers, not really necessarily wanting to take that fight right off of the bat. And how did they adjust? Well, Byla ends up cleaning up the fight, but Monster, we got to go back to a statistic we've talked about in nearly every single one of these FNCS matches, whether it's qualifier, during the semifinal, or during the finals this weekend. A team has never won a match in the broadcast regions where they've rebooted their teammates. So even though Byla is able to resolve that fight very quickly, they're automatically now at a statistical disadvantage.
That's right. It's going to make it that much harder. The time loss, the rebound situation, right? You just really are fighting an uphill battle at that point. On over to OMG, who looks like Shadow is picked off on their
Speaking
split
of an uphill
here.
battle.
Yeah, super unfortunate. Another team that's going to have to fight that same statistical odd right here. Picking up the teammate, trying to stay in the game. And honestly, I mean, I feel like this is a tougher place to play off of. The rotate through here is through Booga and Marrow, right? If they want to get into a safety of a pickup area. And it looks like there's a team on the hunt right now. Very much aware of their general position. It's Owl.
Yeah, it's being stalked right now by Owl, and we've talked about them being able to kind of get in those matches and being able to go through, and you have to be able to kind of absorb that pressure and push on. But the difference compared to the other fight that we just watched is Me2 didn't have 2 eliminations, 6 points in Surge in his back pocket. He's running for the hills and pinned, but right now, speaking of pinned, you can see Golden and Walkers being under pressure right now from Cam and Bucky. Can Cam and Bucky end up executing on this? Some good defensive pairing right now from Walkers and Golden. They're actually going to try and push out onto Cam, but Cam, great disengage there, Monster.
Yeah, definitely playing nice and smart, but we've seen this before. They play until they have an advantage, and then comes the big push. This is Cam right now, looking for those cones here while Bucky is trying to find the side angle. So very interesting play right now as things start to slow down. Bucky starts to gather the attention. Great tag right there. That heavy shot can throw an edit. You cannot peek that, especially with someone like Bucky, who's going to hit that shot every single time. And now, here's the push that we expected. Cam starts to go in. Take a look at the mechanics right there. Slides and slips right over the wall. Gets a better angle here. Position himself up for the win here. Now comes the swing around. Slowly but surely pushing these opponents back.
Trying to push him back, but Walkers and Golden doing a very good job of staying hip to hip, not giving Bucky and Cam the opportunity to push in. And it looks like they're going to say, maybe we bit off a little bit more than we can chew. They're just going to back off and take whatever chip damage they got, recognize that they have things to be able to exit with, and they're going to leave. And honestly, I would say the success of that push, obviously not coming out with any amount of points, is not necessarily the best, but if they were able to get down some damage and allow themselves some form of alleviation from Surge, they're going to be happy with it, as a team who at the start of the day yesterday was doing fantastic with Surge and then struggled a little bit in their game plan. Will swing on board here with Dukes and Jamper, and it looks like already a little bit of a shift in the strategy with them opting to carry a Ranger and an MK rather than the double MKs that we saw yesterday.
Yeah, already seen a little bit of an adjustment inside the playstyle. How is this going to end up working out is the real question. We'll get to see that here unfold shortly, but Crunchy and Moon right now, last game Surge was definitely an issue. They were one of the teams that were forced into that early box fight on the first Surge warning here. This time around, they're trying to mix it up here, taking the fight to Polarize and Nico. Not looking too hot right now. Both sides are changing shots, but great cone off and ramp right there, but Crunchy is going to be the one who gets punishment. Down on the other side. Ooh, almost hits the shot on Nico. That would have been the knock-defining hit right there. Instead, he gets met with one from behind as he tries to exit out. Moon's going to have to clutch this one up. It's not looking too hot at the moment, but I'll come to big heals. And look at that. They were loaded on heals and weaponry. So this is going to be very, very big for Polarize and Nico as they find themselves effectively a loot llama worth of gear here on the body.
And it looks like they're also relatively centered on the zone, and Pure is just going to skedaddle, get out of Dodge. He's saying, I want nothing to do with this. And yeah, we have a relatively central zone, so they're not centered to the zone, but they will be in that first safe zone. You can tell with Chonkers being in play kind of right towards that southern part of the circle that we're pretty much right smack dab in the middle of the island. But Booga's crosshair was smack dab on whoever's forehead that was. That was back-to-back-to-back dinks.
So important, so important. You hit those headshots when you have the MK7. It has the most damage drop-off, right? Like of the AR classes available, the options available. So hitting those headshots is really going to give them the nice buffer that they're going to need. Remember, last game they did kind of teeter on that Surge line as well. They had to take a two-man fight. They did end up winning their box engagement. For Awa and Crackdo, remember, this is the team that was on OMG and Shadow. Could this be them in the crosshair? Possibly, as they're still in this coastal general area. Could have been chasing around the outskirts, but doesn't seem like it.
No, that's Jackson and Fable Taco. They hit the rift off the side there. I think OMG might have gotten out of dodge. It looked like he was able to rotate all the way around, but I'd assume he's likely going to end up being a non-factor this game, just largely because, well, I don't want to straight write him off because we've seen some ridiculous solo performances out of him, but losing a teammate that early on, then having to deal with Surge as we do peek in there, he's just kind of chilling towards the bottom side, but he does have a relatively good Surge dealing with loadout. I'm not sure that was proper English, but just looking at the amount there, the shield keg will be able to help him. The chug splashes will work, but with 88 players up, he's going to have to look for damage a lot as a solo.
Yeah, definitely, and he's probably looking for the pickup right now. So I guess the play is get your teammate up, take a vehicle, push for the dual box fight, see what can come about from it. Anything's possible. These Fortnite kids, though, you never really know how good they are, but Owl and Cracked right now staying in the storm as well. Scented fan here in Chubbs is Twix and Chubbs. Currently hanging out just underneath, working on material in the meantime. Trying to make do of a bad situation, I guess, here. And it looks like no one wants to move first.
Yeah, everyone's just kind of chilling. Like, everyone who's over by this greasy side right now is in the zone. Like, they're all just hanging out. You can see Owl not necessarily wanting to let him advance. And we got some Raptors hanging out in the tall grass right now. That's Dukes and Jampers. But let's take a look at some of the replays, some of the action we might have missed around the map. So here's that initial fight right off the rip. Golden and Walker's just taking it to, on the opposite side of it, this was Spegu and Charlie. We've seen this fight going on a number of times, and Walker's doing a good job making sure he cleans that one up before Golden ends up getting picked up. Reciprocal, again, we've seen him with a decent amount of pressure so far. Looks like he's getting off to a solid start here on day 2, picking up a pair of early elims back-to-back games.
And I'm more surprised that Spegu and Charlie aren't winning that battle as the more experienced players here in the FNCS final stage. But hey, Walker's in his teammate just showing, you know what, they're here to fight and they're willing to play it out. This pocket right here is a hot one. 2 top 10 teams, a top 15, and then our #1 spot of Booga and Miro there.
I will say that Walker's kid is scrappy. Went back, checked some of his VODs, the way he plays, like some of those early game fights, he just knows the angles, he knows the ability to get onto the weapon. He's not afraid to kind of push for an advantage. So definitely think he's probably the one making more of the individual plays down there right now and being the contributing factor to that. But we talk about somebody who needs to be making individual plays. Pamso and Fatch have really lived on their plays in the mid game, and we saw that last game where they were able to push from 16th up to 10th, now currently sitting in 9th place this game.
Huge and well above the Storm Surge right now. 230 is not bad at all. It's going to buy them a lot of time, but if they can find any more tags, that'll just give them that sweet, sweet buffer for the mid game that they're going to need as well. In the distance, though, can we say the same for someone like Peterbot and Quanti, who are actively looking out of cones? It's pretty clear that the teams in the distance need a little bit more as well. Joji and Rokane pick the target. It's Pamso and Fatch. Have to be careful here. A team like Booga and Mira will also come in with the dual angles, and that is how you get targeted out of a game there. 4 teams sitting up and basically eyeing one another. Level to level. OMG picks up Shadow here. We knew they were going to be below the surge here. Now fighting for what looks to be an airdrop. This is actually massive. You get a launch pad out of this, which can be the change factor, not to mention the heals right here as well. They have plenty inside the inventory right now. What can they do with this?
He's also already sitting on a launch pad, and he has a shield keg, which normally we don't talk a ton about, but it's one of the best things to be able to just outright negate Storm Surge damage, because you can slap it down, and you're allowed to still trade while you're gaining shields back. It's one of the few things that enables you to continually trade and not lose out on the time, but the time is ticking. Like we said, keeping it on the bottom right-hand corner. When we get to the 3rd zone close, so in 30 seconds, that 25 damage every 5 seconds will end up coming through, and here comes the push that's on the right side of your screen. On the left side of their screen, our current 2nd place duo. They're under a bunch of pressure. Jamper opens up and he takes a bunch. Now you can see Shadow, he's committing to it, trying to get wall to wall. They're trying to push in here. My eyes here on the right hand side as we will zoom in with them. And is that Bila underneath him right there?
Very, very important fight right now. Illis is in the mix here. Complete different team right now. Illis standing out behind the wall. Shadow doesn't see him though as he sneaks on by. Unfortunately, misses some huge opportunity to find some tags, but they're back on the wall here.
Yeah, and they need to get a knock. They need the full damage going through. They're trying to separate this player out, but even in this circumstance, they need to be careful, because if that's just a solo, they're not going to get enough damage. And it was Plague being taken down, but they needed a knock and the damage over the top. They will deploy the shield keg to try and immediately negate some of the damage coming through from the surge, but they're going to have to open up and try and find some options.
What can happen here? So many teams below the surge right now. It's not looking good by any means. Dukes and Jamper, 17 below, need a couple more tags. OMG and Shadow did do enough to stay alive for a little bit, but all of a sudden, they slipped back another 200 HP below the surge. 200 more damage. They're sitting on top of this keg here. It's going to buy them a little bit of a window here. But it looks like they're going to have the full commit here. It's fresh wood builds.
Yeah, trying to open up, trying to get the spray on, and they do still have Chug Splashes as well as the Chili Chug Splashes. So they'll opt to use the regular ones first, saving the Chili Chug Splashes for the move speed on the rotate. OMG Me Too opens up, finds a couple of tags, but 198, a couple tags isn't going to be enough. However, Duke's on the right-hand side, 1 below, 29 below, 8 below, a couple tags will be enough, but the time will take the bid pop, but it's going to be near instantly negated on the opposite side. The shots are coming through, but they're not quite finding him, trying to peek the team up on the high ground, but they're not putting the foreheads out over the top. It's not visible. The numbers are dropping on the left-hand side. Chimp picking up a pair. Pamso picking up one. Donnie will end up going down, which to me indicates Donnie and Macwin might have also ended up being under pressure. No, the only team who is still being hit, Shadow and Me Too, 178 below. One player needs to go down, but you can see they're having to press forward, trying to throw the rifle shots, but they're going to be forced into the Chili Chug Splashes here. But 70 takes over. They burn a launch pad super early on. They're separated now, so that's one of their 2 launch pads being burned, but they will take the short pad, trying to get back over to the unisolated side of the zone, and that's the problem when you burn so much utility trying to offset surge. They have nothing to make up this lost HP now.
Not to mention being targeted from the lobby here in the distance. OMG trying to hold on to the Chili Chug Splash. What a team player here, willing to get to Shadow just so you can hear each other. This is just nerves of steel at play, and finally Shadow goes down, so he does have to go in, and no, there's a team looking in the distance. There is a team there. It's Bert. He is looking in. They're still focused over here. Wood builds. You can't hide behind these either. Afraid to make the edit because that'll give away the fact that he's here, but they already know. Back into the storm he goes. This is so risky right now. What can he do? Launchpad comes out. Oh, man. Team number 4 goes down.
And that is a goose egg, unfortunately for them, dropping in 36th place. So don't end up picking up that placement point. Everyone else in the lobby will end up getting it. And we see Byla also end up going down. So we talked about their early game contest between them and then Iamzo and Degen, but it looks like both teams ended up getting impacted by that. As we do have our 4th zone reveal, we still have Dukes and Jamper hanging way out in the zone right now. And Monster, this is a 5-tick zone. This is eating into a lot of their HP.
Yep, big 5-tick zone right here.
Knifer down.
Be extremely careful. Knifer is down on the feed there. Big exchange there. We thought Bilo was in a fight before, but now it's pretty certain that Knifer was caught in some kind of situation there. More highlights coming in, though. What a storm surge that was coming into the mid game here, setting themselves up for the end game.
Right now we're going to see nice little replay there, but we're going to kick right back on over the action as we swing on board with our current 2nd place team, who is under a lot of pressure.
A lot of pressure here. Duke still, though, low HP, so is Jamper. That's what happens when you sit out the surge. You try to heal your way through it. Now they're at a huge disadvantage compared to someone like Bugha and Miro. But we talked about it. If there's a team with a buffer, it's Jamper, it's Dukes. They are 20 points above 3rd place. So they have a little bit of room to make for error, to not necessarily play as all-star players as we've seen them play throughout the course of the weekend. But with someone like Bugha and Miro, if they break away with the lead here, there's no looking back at that point. Jamper is going to be by himself now as he trades for Day or clicks there in the process. And now he is by himself. There's no more Dukes in motion right here. He's starting to run out of builds, though. It's not looking good.
The Duke's been taken down, but right now, Jamper playing the role of the Duchess in distress, trying to find a little bit of room for himself, trying to find some more points. We've talked about it, how they were one of the 2 teams who didn't necessarily stall from yesterday in the top 4, but instead gets opened up on, and that's all she wrote. That's Clicks going to get a little bit of vengeance there on the opposite side, but now all of a sudden when we look at the leaderboard and the implications, this gives Bugha and Miro any points they get here is just going to open up the lead at the top. This is their chance to really put their pedal to the metal and be able to push the rest of the lobby out and put the pressure on them.
It's really going to be the difference maker as well. These games where top tier teams start to fall and things start to open up for you, a little bit more room in play here. Bucky and Camdo with the out open exchange right there. They are 123 damage below. 13 players have to go down, so this is a surge that's not going to end anytime soon as the zone is completely closing right now. The half and half out will reveal itself for Bucky and Cam. This fight means everything. It means the tournament here. Bucky does get traded out on the backside. Cam's by himself. He finds one but couldn't get another. No finish as well, so no Elam points rewarded before they get sent out. That is mega unfortunate as they were just starting to fight their way into that top 15 spot there.
So right now we swing on over. Smite and Larson, 46 damage above that threshold on the right-hand side. There are at least 4 duos who are currently taking the Storm Surge damage. So peek on over. Bugha and Miro, they're well above Surge, and they're actually looking to try and rain some shots down here. And right as I say that, actually, open up surprise. Miro left the window open way too long, and he's going to drop an iron wall so Bugha can immediately slam that down, re-edit another metal wall in between, and they're just trying to create a little bit of room. As we see, the fight is still raging all around him, but N-Pen, he finds where it's through. Bugha's able to get the confirmed revive, trying to open an edit on the backside instead. Throws a ramp up there to make sure it's covered. They do have the Chonkers out Whiplash if they want to try and make the rotation, but they have a far bit to go. Trying to open it up, hop in the whip and skirt across, but they need to be careful. We saw this yesterday, but no, instead, they're good. They're riding Monster.
It ends up working out right there, and Bugha nerves of steel to stick the revive. The pickup right there in the middle of the action. We saw this before as well. Into the box he goes. Clicks gets pushed out. Mind you, Clicks is a solo there. Luckily, Miro did not find the tracking or the shot there. He was looking for it, though. You saw him stick his body up the vehicle, and all of a sudden, things get exciting, and it was very, very close. Bugha and Miro, 0 elims. So my gosh, what an exciting game this one has been for them. Game 8 being an uphill battle right now, and their competition's not here. Second place is not here.
There's a lot of room on this leaderboard. There's a lot of room on this leaderboard right now. We're trying to keep an eye on what Spade and Chimp are able to do, as well as we turn back on over to Clicks as a solo here in the 5th zone. Now we are into the top 25, so every single duo that drops will end up being an additional placement points. This is where they're really going to take over, and luckily for Clicks, zone drops right on top of his head.
He needed that. Needed that so bad right now. Solo player inside the top 10. You know, 47 builds here. Has a couple heals, though, so he'll be okay for a little bit. But sounds like the floor's being broken out from underneath him. And yes, Vert and crew sniff him out. They recognize someone sitting up here. Sounds like one person walking around the box. Let's go ahead and target it. They take him out. Super unfortunate there, especially when you pull zone. For Kanata and Acorn, though, they are sitting very high in the sky right now. All eyes on the field. This is going to be the information that they're going to gather. It's going to be the most valuable piece of this positioning right now. How far are they into the surge for safety? Just a little bit. They're actually not that good. But this is where a lot of players start to get cut down. The trees start to clear out here. Things begin to open up. Let's see how quickly the lobby starts to empty out. Otherwise, it's going to spell trouble.
We do have a slight change in verticality here, which with Booga and Miro getting up at first is going to force everyone else to go over on the wide side. Anticipate a lot of people to go, but yeah, as you said, up on height, Pamstow and Fatch able to pick that up because of the long rotation. Team's unable to take it away, so we're seeing their run from 16th to 10th. Can they push even higher now as they have control in the bottom right-hand corner? Current third place team, Chimp and Spade, trying to make up a little bit of the lost ground that they ended up losing last game. Top right-hand corner, Mira and Booga looking for some space. To see Fatch picking up a knock there and a confirmation onto Quanti, doing a good job of controlling the zone. And where did we pull? We're going to keep pulling away, Monster.
Yeah, it's going to continue to slide across the field here, which is going to begin costing players match. You can see Chimp and Spade begin to run out surely, but no, just as I say that, a fresh refresh comes in right there, and it's a big elimination for them. That's going to keep them in the round, and oh my gosh, 300 metal falls from that as well. For Miro, though, he is changing layers. He is on the move here, slowly running out of builds, but it doesn't matter. This is where they start to look for eliminations. High ground. Coast is clear up top. Weather's looking great. It's beautiful. Well, actually, it's a little rainy up here as players start to come on up. The clouds start to come in. Things look a little forecasted, so off he goes. Fatch, though, putting up a fight on the way down.
Yeah, just spraying some shots, making sure nobody gets too comfortable there. I'm trying to see where Pamso ended up going, but also keep an eye on that left-hand side of the feed as Cold ends up picking up a pair of Savage and Tabne going down. Nico and Polarized up on the high ground. Nico sitting on 4 elims himself right now, just raining shots from above. Canada looking for a little bit of room. Is a solo running through and only has the singular build. Trying to edit, find the backside. Going to jump on top of the cone to change layer. Good job. We'll find some old builds and finds a nice little line here, but with only one build, he's going to look for a shot. He knows this is a player on the opposite side of the wall and still just goes around. He'll find Vert into a box, but unfortunately turns around and gets met with a thundering shotgun shot. As we swing on over, our leaders, they're still leading the way and into yet another top 10. As we see Pamstow get taken down the feed.
It's looking great right now, but they're starting to run out of mats here. Big tracking here onto threats. It's a shield crack, but not enough to get the push here. But Booga falls in the process just inside the top 10. He tries to break his teammate down, tries to see if he can pick up some mats. He does, so it's worth it. He actually secures the loot there before anyone else can. That's actually a big change there. It's going to allow him to stay alive for a little bit longer. Cold on the other side, though. No scented in place, so already another solo here. Trying to make do, trying to earn as much points as possible. Can they earn his way into the top 10? Beautiful job by Cold as he finds one. That's a 3-point win onto Jack. Nicely done there, and into the top 10 he goes. He finds someone else in the backside of Stormline. Beautifully done. That's Commandment. This is an important one. He tries to get the Elam, but no, not in time. And all of a sudden now it's up to Miro here.
Miro doing a good job of making sure he's running with that med miss, catching up, getting into the zone, into a top 6 now. As he continues running through, we have a couple of solos running around. We're trying to find a little bit of room. We'll get in the spray battle with Stretch on the opposite side, and he ends up winning it. Does have plenty of shields, but only enough med miss to offset a little bit. He is running very far back in the zone. I don't know if there's another med miss back there, or he's just accepting the fact that he doesn't want to give Elam points over. Not seeing his name in the feed as we have a 2v2v1, and yeah, it looks like he was able to find something else, another med miss, but instead gets greeted by a shotgun on his way back to zone. That's Threats picking him up. Users gets the other solo, so that's +8 for them. And now we got a 2v2 here, Monster, for game number 8.
Now, these huge eliminations are big for Users and Threats. It's going to keep them jumping up the standings right now as they make their way into the top 15. A Victor Royale will be great here, but it's going to be a hard uphill battle as Polarized is definitely comfortable up top right now, but it's what builds. Users finding the angles here. No mats for them. They didn't actually get to farm that tree there. Instead, they allow the high ground team to go ahead and get it. For Nico, Polarized, they come down. They take advantage of everything there, and they take the win here in the end. Nico and Polarized with a non-elimination Victor Royale is big. It keeps them at least jumping their way on up.
Yeah, that'll help getting 9. I think the one at the end there with 10 going through plus the VR, a 62-point game. Like you said, anything can end up happening, but also a really good run for Booga and Miro to take advantage of the fact that so many of the other top teams had ended up dropping and going through. And no, it looks like you were right. That was 3 going through, so the 9 victory royale, or 9 Elam victory royale for Elite Nico and Polarized. And I mean, we're getting close here, Monster.
It's starting to get close. The games are starting to run thin as well as they're reaching the back half. But man, oh man, your Jamper falling just in the mid game there alongside Dukes due to Storm Surge. Once again, we're seeing that recurring issue start to pop up here.
Yeah, you got to kind of address those game plan because we only have 4 matches left. But to break it down, we're going to kick it back on over the desk. Adam, Vivid, SPG, take it away.
Nico and Polaroids there with the victory royale, and do you know what? It's crazy. Going into that game, I think they were in like what 42nd position.
Yeah.
They got 9 eliminations, I think, that last game, which was so much more than all 6 games combined yesterday. I think they had like maybe 6 in total, which is an unbelievable start. Not to mention, threats and users as well there, Vivid, which who propelling themselves off the leaderboard because even they were kind of at the back of the pack.
Yeah, a lot to like fight for. We talk a lot about who's going to win this FNCS, right? But all of these guys that didn't necessarily have a great day one can still fight for a lot of those placements up towards the top of that prize pool. So it's really all still to play for. But Nico and Polarize making a statement here saying, hey, listen, yeah, we didn't have that good of a day number 1. We were 42nd, but we're going to go ahead and get this victory round now and boost ourselves all the way up this leaderboard to give ourselves a contention at that top 10.
Such a good turnaround too, because when you're able to have big wins like that, that's a mental motivator. You now believe that you can do this, and that victory royale should easily put them, one good game outside of a top 10. If they're able to repeat something like that, that is a massive swing from where they were at the other day.
Yeah, I love the over till it's over kind of mentality here as well. Like no one is quitting till this is what it's all about. Day 2 of finals, you have to keep going to the bitter end now. Everything shuffled up again. Obviously earlier on as well there, Vivid, we saw that crazy kind of rotate as well for Mira and Booga. We saw in the car managing to go through Clicks and Days builds to the other side of the map. I mean, this just goes to show how much these guys, while they're top of the leaderboard right now, they're able in any different situation to keep themselves in the game, keep rotating, keep making points, getting eliminations, and staying fast. One goes down, they make sure, Mira made sure there to get at least into like the top 6. That's why they're there. They're continuously scoring points.
Yeah, and the biggest thing about this duo right now is that we're seeing them a lot as a duo actually making it into the end game right here. And usually, one of them end up being alive for a couple more placement points. But the idea here is that both of them are actually staying alive longer, and they're not actually having to resort to a majority of their points today coming from those solo clutches. So far they are playing it very, very well. And as you mentioned, it's really showing their flexibility with things like the car rotate and Sundown highlighting that dink, dink, dink. Earlier we saw with the MK7 from range, where typically we would just be like, oh, they didn't hit their shots, but no, Booga hits those shots.
Yeah, they're hitting their stride too, and it wasn't just a one-day thing. Back-to-back top 5s from this team. They're looking so good. Adam, I'm sure they've just padded their lead even more after that game.
Yeah, we'll take a look now, actually. Here is the standings after that game. And let's see how things look after Game 8. Game 2 here on Day 2. Mira and Booga remain at the top there as well. And great points made by the fellas as well. Make sure to have a look there at the Storm Surge, because without any eliminations, still Booga and Mira were always above, quite substantially as well. That's why they're getting those constant tags in the distance. We can see there 256 points. They're still about 30 points in the lead here, 33 points or so, Vivid. But still, you can see in second and third, joint Spade and Chimp, Jamper and Dukes on 2-2-3.
Yeah, and it's crazy right now. The biggest difference being Mira and Booga's consistency. 157 placement points. They do have the best average placement right now out of anybody in the lobby, and it is showing on this leaderboard. And Kanata and Acorn holding down that 4th place spot that they earned last game after getting that victory royale. And I was cheering on Commandment and Scented as they find themselves in 6th place now, because they just picked up a 3rd place finish right there, and Stretch was picking up a lot of elims in the elimination feed.
We're seeing quite a few risers up this leaderboard. I mean, D-Roller and Trashy, I don't think we've seen them on the top 10 at all. Now suddenly they're in 7th place, making their way up. Same with Smite and Larson, Pamstu Fats, they're all making their way up the leaderboard. And it's one day that you did whatever you had to do on that first day. Today is completely different. Besides Miro, Bugha, Spade, and Chimp. These guys seem to be one of the few that are playing consistently both days.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about kind of, you know, how you come about day 2 and the kind of a general attitude approach to it. And if the direction is up, like you mentioned, like Pamstone and Fatch there as well, who were in 16th 2 games later, they're now in 9th position. I mean, Vivid, teams can do this so much in this competition. That's why they have to remain level-headed to the bitter end, because anything is possible when you've got 4 games left to play.
Yeah, and it's awesome to see the changes, right? We haven't really seen any like solid high ground strategies yet. It seems like somebody's kind of just finding their way up there. You know, we haven't seen Clix and Day all too much today. We haven't seen their strategy come into play just yet. So maybe teams have to, you know, be wary of that happening. But everybody just got to keep playing solid, keep Stormtroopers in the back of their minds, and continue to play for that end game.
Yes,
Suffalo's
I was going to say, sorry, SBG, we're literally, the battle bus is about to beep any second, buddy. I got to jump back into the action under the sundown and end up waiting for it. Game 3 is coming your way on day 2. Let's head over to the casters. Let's do this thing.
Thank you so much, Adam, Vivid, and SBG. 2 games down on day number 2. We got 4 to go as we close in on that halfway point. And right now, Bugha and Miro, they're opening that lead up just a little bit more, Monster.
Yeah, we knew it, and I talked about Jennifer and Dukes. They had a 1-game buffer, and look at that. The standings getting that much more closer. And what's really interesting is how many new teams are starting to break into that contest for the number 1 seeded spot. So Miro and Bugha, if they continue to play even just relatively consistent, they should be able to edge this one out. And another big finals could be in front of them. A major secured, but again, it's still an uphill battle. The competition is not over yet.
Yeah, it's not over. Like we said, we got 4 games to go. This is game number 3 on the day, coming through game number 9 overall, but enough from us. Let's hop on in. There was the beep beep.
Here we have it, ladies and gentlemen. If you're tuning in, this is game number 9. The battle bus is setting off once again here as players have fought in, day out. This is the day 2. So the restarts have happened. We've seen new strategies come into play. We've seen teams that were playing very well yesterday meet new struggles today, and that's what you expect here in the FNCS final stage, as professional players will always switch things up. They will adjust, unless you're, of course, landing at Greasy Grove, where Sprite and Nownsy up against Rise and Agers have not changed anything at all. They've just gone head-to-head, vehicle versus brick wall. That's the story of Greasy Grove.
Honestly, it's just like 2 billy goats or rams just continually butting heads against each other and seeing who has the better drop and seeing how they play it. But it's a really good example of what 2v2 teamwork looks like and how you prioritize what weapons are where. See how they're able to do this. And it looks like they're mainly contesting drop right off of the bat. Rise ends up with the quicker weapon there. Will end up picking up the Ranger. Agers does get the uncommon pistol and is immediately going to try and cover and hit the 2 coolers. Unfortunately, only pulls chug splashes from one of them and will try to group up with Nownsy, but not doing, or try and group up with Rise and get those down. But the pressure being applied from Sprite on the opposite side, and Agers honestly just playing the support role, saying you do the damage, I'll put down as many chug splashes as I can, able to win them one in the trade. But the auto shotgun on the other side, we've talked about just how strong it can be early, and Sprite puts it to work with not 1 but 2.
What is that, 3 games in a row now? We've watched Sprite and Nownsy win the drop here consistently. And just like that, they go from a top 5 down to falling out of 10.
Yeah, that one's tough there. I think that puts the score, where are we at overall? I think we're 6-4 maybe now, so closing in on it here. Nope, because that would be 10 times. This is game number 9. I think we're 5-4 going through there. Maybe we'll need to go back, double check, get the final count. So we'll swing on over and see what's going on here at Covert Cavern.
It's looking pretty interesting right now. This team's just beginning to set up and settle down. Muzz and Avery are one of the few teams that are contesting this drop here. There is the split. Nosh and Paper there as well. On the other side, though, Duke and Jamper. What can they do to go ahead and adjust their gameplay, combat the fact that they're not finding the surge tags, their strategy? They have been spoiled, essentially, as no one's really been revealing themselves to those mountain fronts they also love to claim. Nice and early there and look for the tags. Even with the adjustment last game, picking up the Ranger, bringing that to the mountain fronts wasn't enough to get them in the clear.
Storm Surge has largely been the first contributing factor, and it's no surprise, particularly when you keep an eye on the top left, minus a few very consistent drop fights we've been having. There hasn't been a ton of those mid-game actions. Teams have been able to kind of just sit back and wait and see what's going on. So we do have one of those fights occurring just outside of Tilted right now. As we can see, Jock and Illis trying to put some shots on, trying to put some pressure, but Illis is actually going to take a bunch of excess damage. He didn't really need to there, unfortunately. Some really good shots. Whoever was on the opposite side to pick that one out and take advantage. And Visual's going to keep pressuring here, not giving them a moment to really put on those minis and get together. So good pressure here from Visuals and TK, trying to get in there. Good angle through the window, not exposing himself, using that right-hand peek, but you can see Monster, they finally been able to get hip to hip.
Yeah, I was going to say that team of the distance actually Acorn and Kanata. They have a contested Tilted Towers, but it seems like the real fight's down here. And they're just kind of idle on the other side, looting up all the big loot that is available up there. Tons and plenty of chests here. That Tilted Tower is one of the better overall opportunities to find yourself a launch pad because of all the floor loots. Look at this. Miro and Bugha are current game leaders here, point leaders. 256. What a day it has been for this duo right here. Now look at this strat here, trying to see if they can find any coastal rotators besides using the loot. And you notice they leave the vehicles behind and try to keep a low profile. Little do they know it's completely clear down here. Look at all the floor loot. So this could have been Shadow and OMG's general draw spot. Remember last we saw OMG was a part of this split here, but it seems like they mixed it up. They weren't happy that Shadow got picked off last game, so might be seeing some early game adjustment.
Yeah, trying to find a little bit of space, but we talked about trying to find a little bit of space, and Jamper's not going to do that. He gets taken down and just flown on instantly. Now, Duke's trying to create a little bit of distance, but unfortunately, no excess movement utility from him, so instead, just burning, and I mean burning through his hard materials, trying to find an opportunity to turn. We'll get the opportunity, a good job to get some shield tags down, but Pacifico and 20 were having none of that.
Can't believe we just watched our second place team officially eliminated before they can earn any points coming into game number 9. Look at the opener. They had the builds. They were on the natural cover there, and Jamper didn't see it coming. They were focused off in the distance there. And just like that, second place is down and out. Reciprocal and 20 take down two of our biggest point contenders for number 1 spot now. So a little bit less for Bugha and Miro to worry about here. Bugha and Miro effectively have got themselves one step closer to potentially being our FNCS champions.
Yeah, they get more room, but don't forget that second place spot was more or less occupied by two teams who are both sitting there at 223, so both Jamper and Dukes have been taken out. Spade and Chimp still got a little bit of room to operate, but right now we see Violet Knifer opting to actually move into the cavern, giving a little bit of a different look. We've seen him in here a couple of times, so right now, maybe overcommitting a little bit to that position, allowing the team to end up getting on their back there, but they do also have 2 additional eliminations here, Monster, so don't necessarily have to press too hard for Surge, depending on how efficiently they're able to pick up those elims. But we have another fight going on, like, just around the corner from there. You see Paper just got knocked.
Yeah, there's a lot going on here. Mind you, remember, that is Muzz and Avery who were here. Redux instead, though, is the one that's in the battle right now against Nosh and Paper, and it seems like that knock is full. And yes, Savage is still up as well, so you have a 2-man battle there. On the other side of the wall, though, you see Cease not too far off, just outside the mountain. He's also hearing the fight going on here, so a lot of action, but Knifer and Byla, curious cats here. They start to sneak on in, getting a little close.
Yeah, you know what they say about curiosity and cats, but the satisfaction could end up bringing him back, and the satisfaction in this case will come in the form of elimination, storm surge damage, and hopefully being able to take advantage of the fact that one of these teams might be looting up afterward, and this is the chance right now. They should see that that was a full confirm. They should know that Redux and Savage are sitting just on the other side here, but they don't want to press through. They're hoping that Redux just real quickly, when you double edit open just kind of like a ceiling cone, generally it's pretty instinctual to do one then the other, just in the same motion. Players don't generally peek through that cone right off the start, but Redux and Savage, they say, hey, something smells a little fishy around here, and I don't think it's the floppers in that pool.
Yeah, look, Byla and Knifer continue to sneak their way on in, getting closer and closer, but danger is rising. As you're noticing, these are all enemy builds. These are probably Redux and Savages here, so have to be extremely cautious. This is a left camera peek. He might have saw it, but no. Just a precautious build there from Redux. They just knew better than to leave that one open. Opportunity opens up there, and great tags for Byla. Very, very much worth it for them as the storm is so close. Have a lot here. They're probably hoping to find some extra minis and extra heals to go. On the other side, Acorn and Kanata jump into the fight here at Tilted. Seems like they've gone through their fair exchanges as Kanata has no more shield left, and things are running pretty low here for Acorn.
Yeah, and they have to be careful. There's a whole bunch of triangles in that bottom right-hand corner of the map there, so a bunch of duos still lurking around in the area. You can see he's trying to get a priority position up on the high part, and honestly pretty far split from his duo. You can see there how he's just posting up, trying to catch people who are rotating in from that eastern side. Check the bottom right-hand corner. We're getting a northeast zone monster, not all the way to the northeast part, a little central there, but Bugle still in play. Plenty of sleepy sound in there, so things are going to get a little interesting. We haven't played a ton in this space here in NA East.
Just wanted to say, shout out to that stat right there. Kanata is the first player to ever have a victory royale in every single FNCS for the last 4 years. Wow, oh wow. The big stat right there. Constantly making his appearances. Or whatever he does, make his appearance. It's guaranteed a little win. Not bad at all.
Yeah, he just wins. He's always won games, right? That's just always been the thing. He has that kind of in his back pocket, right?
Not to mention, one of the more angry shotgun shots out there. The man puts them down. He's got the flicks. Very flashy type player.
Who has happy shotgun shots, Monster? What are those? Are those like me when I'm shooting a shotgun at you? Or they just hit him with pillows?
We've all been there. Little pillow fights with the shotguns, you know that.
Yeah, the old tack shotgun. All right, guys. Yeah, calling out my damage numbers. That was a 12 and another 12.
Yeah, he's
an 18. That one was pretty good.
He's got a pillowcase full of bricks. He's not swinging no feathers around. That's a fact. Chip and Spade, though, looking nice. Second place, high ground hold here outside the Bugle.
It's a really nice position, particularly for this zone, because anybody who's on that eastern side, you have a sight line on them, right? There's a ton of open space around there, not a bunch of trees to break it up, and not a bunch of change in verticality. So if you're able to pick up one of those MK7s with that red dot sight when you aim down sights, I mean, these players, we've seen them, they just let it rip. You have no problem picking up a couple tags and saying, hey, that's good enough for us, because, again, as you've noticed, minus the initial drops and a couple ambushes here or there, we're chilling. And right as I say that, immediately Jackson takes down Acorn. So that was the split we were talking about, how him and Canada were nowhere near each other, and unfortunately he's going to get taken down immediately.
Yeah, he got caught inside Tilted Towers. What we saw there was he had low brick. He was probably caught trying to farm those garages just outside a big main building. And I thought we were going to see that happen. I didn't want to call it out, but seems like it was pretty obvious that one of them were going to get chipped off. And look, Kanata tries to slide on out. They actually changed location here, and now it's a 2v1. They recognize it's time to push here. They're below the surge, so a fight had to happen. It's not looking good for our third place team. Second place is already out. Third has the opportunity here to be sniped out, and there it is. Down they go to the hands of Owl and Cracked. Once again, this is the second time Owl and Cracked have claimed a big, big team.
Just right now, looks like they've claimed bounties on the top of the ladder, and they're going through and picking up that extra gold, saying, I got you, Mr. NPC, no worries. Just swing on over. Creo and Vert looking for a little space. Currently 105 above, largely thanks to the Elim that Vert was able to pick up. Pretty decent loadout, too. Rockin' the rare MK7 as well as the rare Stinger SMG. Looks like they might try and sneak up right next to this base, and instead, no, just going to box up with some brick next to it. Say, howdy, neighbors. You got a nice sightline. Mind if we share it?
Share indeed. They're just going to have to right now, as Surge is definitely active. Players are looking and active everywhere. OMG, me too, and Shadow under focus right now. Under big fire here from all angles. Out comes the big plays here. The armored walls come down. Lucky for them, it's going to buy them a little bit of time, but their team's still looking in. You have to switch it up right now. It's Joji and Rokane, Illest on the other side of the wall as well, shooting inwards. And look at that, all heavy material now depleted from the inventories here. Up they finally go to do the layer change. More metal being invested here by Shadow. Seems like a desperate play right now, though, as the other teams are picking up on it. Finally, the counterfire comes in, but OMG Me Too picked up there.
He's going to get taken down. Unfortunately, that's Chubbs picking up, and that's what happens when you're the last one of the party. You knock on the door, and they say, everyone left hours ago. What are you doing? And they just kick you on out. Fortunately, Shadow for him was able to sneak right on in. The back door was still unlocked, and he's trying to see if maybe a couple of points there might be left on the table, but looks like he's not going to be able to find anyone. Really good layer change down to the absolute low, but with only one build left, you can think he's not long here, and that's Rokane finding him before he's able to get that swing off. So good job from Rokane. Make sure to resolve that quickly. Cold taking down Fatchy Fishy as well in the feed there. You can see Kraken Jack also able to pick up an Elim. This Playify continuing to just rain shots from the side. We still see players dropping. This is all on that Storm Surge and Playify and Oliver OG. 32 below Monster.
One of the more important teams catching Elims in the feed, though. Byla and Smite, teams that are up inside the top 5, top 10 spot right there. Playify and Oliver OG, who were up, doing very well yesterday for a little bit. Seems like things started to slow down for them as well. Suffering the same fate as Yamzo and Degen on the day right now. It's not looking too hot. Way below the surge, 1 HP. And the tick comes in. Down goes the teammate there. Ooh. Ouch. But he's above. But ouch.
Yeah, ouch, that will hurt, but it just shows that Ranger, if you're able to hit those headshots, I mean, the 45 headshots before the damage drop-off ends up coming through, those add up very quickly, and we saw Fatch end up going down, but now Pamstow is going to be the solo who gets it flipped over to him. He does have that Legendary Ranger, also has the supply drop, so he's going to be able to get some form of excess shields to get him up for a little bit, and players end up going down, so Pamstow will get a chance to try and make an individual effort, so we get replays of all the action that went down while Storm Surge was popping off.
Yeah, big fights right here. See, threats catch one right there. Avery on the other side below the surge too. He gets taken out. Lightning bolts coming up from the top there. Can't avoid them. Can't dodge them. If you get hit by them, you're taking out immediately from the game if you are eliminated. That's an elimination blow. For Booga and Miro, it seems like they were A-okay from the surge here. Do have a bit less mats than we've seen them with in the past. Just shows how other teams were probably desperate, looking for tags here in the process. Cost them a little bit, but they're up. They're alive.
And they should be inside the 4th zone, depending on where it pulls. They're not completely central, so if it pulls relatively north, they could end up in a poor position. But speaking of in a poor position right now, Knifer and Byla boxed up right next to solo Pamstow, but they're the ones who's taking all of the fire and all of the heat, and not a ton of extra shields. Knifer trying to defend from multiple different angles, doing a good job, make sure he covers the ramp with his head, and then getting hip to hip with Byla, so they're able to kind of, you know, watch each other's backs, get a little bit of back-to-back. There's Moose going to ramp above, and you have Rhythm and Milk coming in a little bit late, but Bucky and Cam, they're chilling right up top. They got the high ground right over the bugle, and 4th zone revealed, and we are right smack dab in the middle. So Monster, these players are all praying that that half in and half out doesn't pull towards the southeast and back and forth over the bugle, because that could be rough. But what they're going to do right now is everyone's going to pack in right along the outside, and you're probably going to see majority of it happen along the southern part of the zone.
I'm more curious to see if Booga and Miro end up leaving a little early to go ahead and get to the zone. They are just outside there. They're going to have prime opportunity to target these other players that are going to have to move directly into their path. There's no way that teams are going to go up and over into the main city at this point. If you're positioned on the side, that's just how it's going to play out. Pam still rocking by himself here. Take a look at what just went down there. Sniper shot from downrange. Beautiful job there. And look at the follow-up with the heavy Ranger from a distance. He probably didn't get the full finish because the pickup's going to come through, but just showing you what happens when you get the big firepower in hand.
And honestly, it's one of the strengths too when you're carrying a weapon that the players aren't necessarily used to. Like everyone, because there's no one-shot elimination or one-shot down coming through those headshot snipes this season, players are a little bit more blasé when it comes to opening up peaks and taking things you normally wouldn't, right? Like if Thomas HD is standing on the other side with a heavy sniper, you're not leaving your wall open or edited, or honestly, you're not leaving just one wall between you. With that being said, a couple teams, hey, they're leaving these peanut butter, the triangle edits, whatever you want to call them, they'll leave it open all the time, and Pamstow might have been able to secure himself a through and a pass through the second Storm Surge by hitting that headshot on the follow-up. Now let's take a look and we'll see. And immediately, Monster, left-hand side, our current leaders were below, and then it averages back up above. So unsure if they're able to get some tags there, but just being above it, Creo will take down Pamstow. So despite the nice little tag there, not going to have to worry about Storm Surge because he's worrying about next game instead.
Yeah, definitely looking pretty solid right now. Knifer and Bila, though, hats off to them. 4 eliminations already, 2 of which we saw in that early game pickup, but it seems like they're continuing to find success here leading into the end game. And right now, this is that pocket of players we expected to see begin to collapse on top of one another. And I'm actually surprised to see that Clix and Day end up here alongside Miro and Crew 2. They didn't move at all. They actually decided to stay right where they were planted. And this is forcing all these players to come into their spacing here. You can see that Teo and Pledge on the bottom right now are on the hunt here, looking to push through players. 277 below. They have to take this fight. They're going to need much more than just a knock and a finish, much more than just that shotgun shot right there. That's only going to reward them with points and a little bit of tag. They're going to need a little bit more if they want to stay alive right now.
Yeah, but the refresh, getting the shields there could end up being enough. And it looks like they're actually trying to bait Joji and Rokane running through. Opens up with the shot. Not going to find necessarily as much as he wants, but they're going to go forward. However, Pledge takes a ton of damage. They are going to get the Siphon, and that's a very, very importantly timed Siphon. It's going to put them just barely above, and it kept Pledge from being insta-eliminated by that Storm Surge coming through. Teo now trying to clean up all over G on the backside, but instead just going to about face, knowing he has the priority position. Everyone has to rotate through there. They heard the surge damage coming out, and they're going to be able to get that final tag. Really well played from Teo and Pledge, so we're going to swing on over to Stretch and Commodon.
And they went from 0 elims on up to 4. That is how you earn some points in the end game, guys, right there to set yourself up for Commandment and Stretch. They are just wishing they could have had the same amount of success here, as they could definitely use the points to drape their way into that top 3. I'll come an Armored Wall from the pressure coming in from Commandment and Stretch here. It's going to be perfect. Notice now that team can't make an edit. Stretch wastes no time to run across there. Noticing that he's got the clear right away for Miro and Booga here. Already at 2 elims now. So very much worth it for them to go ahead and stick behind inside what was going to be that super congested pocket there. And so far, so good for the vets here. Earning themselves much more points, much more space between the rest of the competition.
Yeah, one more duo going down will get them into the cascading placement points. There it is, as Cam ends up picking up Crunchy. So now, +1 point. Each duo that drops is an additional +1 point. The big deal here is, if Booga and Miro are able to get into a top 5, for the next 3 games, they don't care about pushing the base. All they care about is just staying up in the end game and eking out placement points. They could effectively win the FNCS right here with a solid performance, because it puts them just that much farther ahead. Yes, it's not statistically out of the question, but with how well they've been playing, they might have been able to do enough, because they're still getting elims, they're still getting placement points. Nobody is having the consistency as them so far, but right now the team who has the ability to challenge, Chimp and Spade, trying to get going, trying to get something moving, trying to find elims, trying to find fights here on the mid-ground monster. They know placement points aren't enough.
Yeah, definitely. They want that #1 spot, and they're willing to fight for it. You're watching it come into play right now. They know this team edited their way on down. It's a metal wall separating them, and this is an aggressive fight right here. Here comes a pre-edit, I believe. Yes, the Space trying to hold that wall, but no. That team
they're gone.
Dips on out. Web slingers their way across the map there. And now, Chip is looking for another one. Next target, next victim in play. No code comes through. There's a pre-edited floor there too, so just trapped and dropped. These pre-edits coming out in the end game are just devastating to opponents that don't see it coming. Chimp all of a sudden now is up and comfortable here with the refresher they were looking for the mats. Finds the launch pad as well. So good for them right now. Stretch and Commandment though, fighting for high ground. They're just building their way on up. Granted it for free. And now fully connected to one another here. He's missing no opportunity to go all the way up.
Keeping an eye on the left side of the screen, we see D-Gen getting knocked on the backside of the zone. That's where most of the action is right now. There's yellow God Rays from the top indicate Boogie and Miro. They're still operating in the mid-tarp. We actually see them get a knock in the feed. Commodon, some great shots on the backside of the zone. He's going to pick up their first elim, and that was important because they were below surge. Every bit of damage adds up, and that's going to get them just barely above as we peek in. Spade and Chimp, no problem on them being above. They're 506 above as they find a nice little refresh, and their second elimination for another round of points going to drop down. That was polarized.
Oh my gosh, Chimp.
The winner right there. And Chimp just blows up somebody. I didn't even see who that was real quick. They just disappeared. And Miro goes down. Peterbot picks up Miro, so keeping an eye, looking for that yellow ray. The yellow ray is Booga. If he's able to go out and still get the solo points, as we've seen, that's what makes this duo just so scary, Monster, is yes, you might get one of them down, but then you're dealing with still one of the, if not the 2 best individual solo players on the region, arguably in the world. Booga, the last one to take home an international competition like that, and he's going to just ride it out and get as many points as he can.
Yeah, this is where he's so comfortable, and you can see right there he finds Nick, not afraid to go for those risky plays, to look for the eliminations. Those are points that are going to go a long, long way, especially in the end game. With every elimination, it's worth 4. Not only for the points, but the placement that he gets in the process. Here comes some shots coming up from up above, and Bugha still in it right now, in it to win it here. Holding on. Reciprocal and 20, though, trying to fight their way back into the competition. They already took out some big teams this game. Now trying to play for their victory royale right now on the low ground, though. Chimp and Spade still fighting their way, too. But 30 points separates them from #1 spot because Bugha is still alive.
You can see Bugha just still earning points, still taking over. However, only one build. He needs to find an elimination, though. He did find some old builds, which are just as good. He's able to open up some headshot things coming through from the stinger. He needs to check the backside of his tarp, and he gets taken down. However, yet another top 10 performance for Bugha. However, this is just a little bit of room, a little bit of breathing space for this teams. Maybe in the top 5 and the top 6 who can press forward. Smite and Larson being one of them. Spade and Chimp being the other one as we swing on over. 33 Larson looking for a little bit of room as Peterbot takes down Day. Yet another top 8 performance for Day as Cold also ends up getting Sprite. Continuing the run where Sprite and Nounsy make it off spawn. They get something, but Sentin and Cold, they're still getting some points as well as they have a strong Day 2 on the opposite side of this wall.
Still fighting their way in, and now into the top 10 they go, rocketing their way up here in day number 2, but Spade and Chimp are the team to look out for. They're earning just a little bit more points as every second ticks on as they continue to out-survive these other teams. Can they find any eliminations, though, in this process? If they can get any more, it'll get them that much closer to getting to #1 spot, but Spade gets caught up in a spider trap there inside the edge of the builds. Can he make his way around the side? No, not in time, and down they go inside the 5th place. Unfortunately, couldn't find any elim points there. This is Larson's opportunity now to go ahead and catch up. That's one onto Scented. Nice finish there. Here comes the full elimination. Beautifully done. Into the 4 elimination threshold now. They find just a little bit more. Cold on the outskirts. Should be falling anytime soon unless he has a couple more heals left. Seems like the Spider-Man web slinger is going to keep him alive in the game. Holding on to dear hope, and Peterbot into another trap too.
Peterbot trying to find a little bit of room. Does have some extra shields. Also has the med miss if he wants to drop in the zone, but not given the time. Vert says knock knock. Who's there? He's going to take it out, and he's the solo who's currently operating. We have Smite and Larson on the low ground, up on the high ground. We have Reciprocal just trying to spray down shots. We talked about him in 20 being able to get a little bit going, starting to look a little bit better today. And right now Vert back in the zone, looking for an opportunity as Reciprocal running low on builds. Only has 10, 2 builds on 20. Does have some of those iron traps to be able to put down. But here comes the chop. Here comes the break. Reciprocal sent down, and he gets picked up. But here comes Vert. Vert hops skipping to the back of the zone, but he gets picked up, and Larson says, I'm going to be the one who comes out with the VR. That was an utter scrum at the end, Monster.
If Vert would have just gotten a siphon instead of a knock, it was the difference in choosing the one of the 3 solos that were left there. It could have been a different story, but the clutch from Larson and Smite on the low ground. This team continues to impress us. This FNCS Finals has really been their breakout performance. They have claimed so many big duos and big fights, honestly, clutching up left and right. Take a look at Larson's accuracy, pinpoint precision there. He just manages to pull it all together at the end.
Being able to close it out as we close in on the halfway mark here for day number 2. We'll have 3 more matches left to go, but right now the question is, who can put the brakes on the runaway train that is Bugha and Miro? Because no matter what happens, everywhere you look, regardless, solo, duo, they're picking up elims, they're picking up placement points, and they're rocketing up that leaderboard.
Yeah, Chimp and Spade got a little bit closer, but how close? The standings here are ready to be revealed soon, so let's toss on over to Adam and the boys.
Yeah, that was an incredible end game there. I mean, Smite and Larson are one of the only teams to pick up eliminations in every single one of the 9 games thus far. Again, you know, we've another team. I mean, we saw Reciprocal and 20 there as well, Vivid, who I think were kind of in 36th prior to that. I mean, things are shifting rapidly. It's like quicksand. Some teams getting pulled in, some pulling themselves out and scrambling and getting somewhere up the leaderboard. It's insane right now.
Yeah, a lot of teams finding some life here in day number 2. Larson and Smite there. Huge team. We actually kind of saw them first when they were shutting down Scented and Cold right outside of Sleepy Sounds in the semi-finals, and now they're here in the finals, outplacing Scented and Cold, getting this victory royale. This is a huge swing for them.
Yeah, big match, and you see them shooting right up the leaderboard. They were in 8th place, now moving up to top 3 after that game. We're seeing Jamper and Dukes fall a couple of times, but there is this monster in every lobby, and that is Bugha and Miro, who just continue to do what they do best.
It's incredible as well, the synergy between the two of them, because it feels that every single time one of them goes down early on, the other one just manages to keep going till, I think it was 10th position there that Bugha managed to get to. I mean, picking up eliminations along the way as well. Obviously didn't kind of protect himself from behind. There you go. He's taken out in 10th. But I tell you what, the exciting thing about some of these teams like Bugha and Miro is the consistency element. I know we keep talking about how important this is, but for new players who are coming into the game, like to be this consistent at this level as well, Vivid, I mean, you've been there up top, at the very, very top there. It is not easy to be that good all the time.
No, it's really not. They have just found their groove here throughout this whole FNCS, and they're hot. It's not even like this is like something new, right? They won the previous FNCS. They won the Grand Royale as well. So they have 2 back-to-back FNCS wins right now coming into this one. And if they continue on this tear, this will be their 3rd one in a row. So the consistency is not only in this tournament alone, but in tournaments in general.
Yeah, it's something unheard of, but ultimately they might be doing that, and let's see where they stand, Adam.
Let's do exactly that, SBG. I love your style there. Let's head over to the standings right now and see where they lie. Is it top still? Yes, it is. A 29-point lead right now. What with Jamper and Dukes falling down to 4th position, having got out very early on in Game 9, we can see that Miro and Bugha have made quite a play now. Although we saw as well, Spade and Chimp doing a fantastic job there as well, Vivid, of managing to, even from the back of zone, still managing to frag and get a ton of eliminations to add to their score.
Yeah, we're talking about consistency when it comes to Bugha and Miro, but Chimp and Spade are consistent in the amount of eliminations they get. They actually have the highest average eliminations because they do have 42 eliminations, the first team to break 40 eliminations, and the chase is on, right? Yeah, they are 29 points behind, but it is possible. We haven't seen Bugha and Miro slip up yet, but if they do, Chimp and Spade are right behind them.
Yeah, playing their own great tournament here. 260 points. There is another massive gap between them and the rest of the field. So right now we got a 2-horse race going at it for this first place. But as we've seen, anyone could fall early and really make a way up there. We did see Scented and Cold on the first page for the first time in this tournament. Now another team, Peterbot and Quanti, rising up on this second day. We also see D-Roller and Trashy playing so consistent. And after that first match of the day, Threats and Users right there in 13.
Yeah, I mean, obviously 11th through 20th as well, because of course every single position here in FNCS finals counts for some kind of element of the prize pool, and as you make your way further up, of course that increases. So the fact that it's changing constantly as well is big for the players, because who knows where they can land. They need to make sure now, with 3 games left in this competition here at NAE, that they have to deliver the goods here. Vivid, SBG, I think we're all looking at Miro and Bugha here as well. Just to give you guys some context at home, these guys have, I think, on the last of the 9 games, I think at least 5 of them, they finished inside the top 4, which just goes to show that kind of eliminations plus placement points that we keep talking about as well, how important that is and integral to getting yourself up to the very top there, because to do that time and time again, that is why they're sitting pretty in first position right now. But it is time for the next game, game 10 of 12 here on NAE on finals day 2. We'll head back into the action with Sundown and MDF. I know we're waiting eagerly here because it's all to play for, with just a few games left. Over to you, fellas.
Thank you so much, Adam, Vivid, and SBG. We're into the back half of the games on the day. Monster 3 more. The AXA champions will go out. The top prize will be given. And then we got NA West after this, and the FNCS will be all wrapped up. But do you think anybody can catch Bugha and Miro?
It's going to be tough. It's going to be tough if they don't fall early, which is very unlikely. They've managed to really find themselves a great route. They get the tax that they're looking for by other teams kind of landing in their general area and poising up next to them. Their Chonkers vehicles allow them to rotate in the mid and early game. So honestly, they just have such a great strategy that the zones, it doesn't matter where it goes, they've managed to play very well. But leaning into this next game now, we get to see how it unfolds. So let's get on this battle bus.
Game number 10. 3 more to go here in the East. And who else is atop the throne right now playing King of the Hill other than the solo World Cup champ, the icon himself, Bugha, with the FNCS. I mean, I call him the owner, the demon, the one who has just run through and just destroyed most recent times his partner, TNA Miro. But Monster, where else will we kick it off but over to Greasy Grove, where the score is now 5-4, so closing in on equal.
Yeah, where yesterday this battle meant so much for Rising Angels to stay inside the top 5. All of a sudden now being on a 3 losing streak here off the drop has made it super rough for them to continue to stay competitive inside the standings. But mind you, they're still inside the top 15. This is all going to come down to whether or not Rise can clutch, but no, it's not going to be enough. Down they go. Sprite and Nowsy have really just figured them out, it seems, after this drop, being a little bit better, sharper here with the drops. And it's unfortunate, but that is how quick you can slide behind.
Yeah, and now it's 5-5 going up. And what the general contest ends up looking like, if you want to go and VOD review this, what Aegis and Rise look to do is they look to hit the floor drops and then immediately group in that corner, break the floor and break the 2 coolers, hoping that they end up both pulling double chug splash and immediately chug splash each other. The problem with that is that on the opposite side, if Nounsy and Sprite get high rate of fire weapons and they break the 2 walls opposite there, you now have to defend from 2 different angles without ever having farmed any materials. And unfortunately, they're starting to lose that fight as we swing over to the other contested fight that we've seen repeatedly here, and that's Walkers and Golden against Spegu and Charlie. And Golden trying to put a little bit of pressure here with Walkers already taken down, so 1v2 with the Siphon coming out. It's going to still have the effective HP advantage. What a shot!
There's the heavy. There's the heavy coming into play. Body shot, little 59 tag to the calf there. You can't escape the damage of the heavy, especially when you're aiming down sight like that. Beautifully done. Mind you, it's a extremely small crosshair, so you have to be deadly accurate with it. Golden and Walker, man, like I said, impressive for them to be besting this team here on the drop. It's keeping them at least well within some points away from having a donut of a competition. So all in all, for their first FNCS finals, I'm sure there's a lot to learn from today, a lot to take home from here. Same for Princess Wolf and AMT, doing a little bit better, up in 32nd place right now, chasing down Vert, our team who was just in that end game last game, fighting for that victory royale there. All in all, looks like this is a full-on push here. He's got the side angle and everything.
Sliding down the hill, trying to get the best angle, just ripping shots over, but the timber comes straight down and nobody gave them a heads up. That's Redux from the side, and that's some valuable Storm Surge damage a la the tree. And don't forget, that will end up going down. It will break builds, but somebody whose engines have looked like they've stalled a little bit here on day 2, trying to get going, trying to make something happen. Me2 and Shadow getting hip to hip. It looks like Me2 will actually get a much needed siphon there onto Fabled Taco, so that's going to end up coming out. Shadow needs to be careful here with only 2 HP, but Jackson trying to put the pressure down.
I'm not even sure how that happened for a second there. The knock and finish came out of nowhere. Must have been to fall damage or something like that, because for a brief moment there, Fabled Taco was right next to Jackson and then just vanished. So here comes a disengage. He's off, he's gone. Those mythic web slingers allowing you to really open up space pretty quickly there. Jackson's now on the bottom coastal area, but OMG Me2 just knows. Track them all the way around the outskirts. They actually needed these eliminations. This is a different switch up in the strategy here, being a bit more aggressive to these coastal teams. Jackson and Fabled Taco, though, no strangers to being contested on the drop. That's how it was for their qualifier rounds. In the replay, though, we get to see how things unfolded with Vert. He managed to turn this whole fight around here and find the 2 eliminations. Nicely done there. And that is why he's a solo, making his wide rotate, going head-to-head now with Princess Wolf and AMT.
And we also saw Iamzo and Djinn get picked up by Nosh and Paper outside the covert by that llama split. So fortunately for them, still trying to get something going here on day number 2 after that amazing start in the Game 1 victory yesterday. And on board here with Spark and Nets, trying to get a little bit of pressure. Pincer movement on the Sanctuary, but we've seen not necessarily as much success in these pincers. It's largely been teams who've been playing hip to hip, and when you've been too far spread, you generally leave yourself vulnerable to just getting a quick 1v2. And right now you can see Magnolia and Qua trying to get hip to hip. Spark and Nets keep putting the pressure down.
Nice little angle here as well. They have this high ground control here, taking it nice and slow though, not looking to overcommit. This is something that see really or pretty much often, from competitors. And of course, a team that plays a little too defensively, normally you'll see a disengage as well. Get your couple tags, you stay content with the situation, but the clock is always ticking in Fortnite. That's one thing you cannot stop is pop a time. So they're going to go ahead and have to fight their way back to material count that is going to allow them to have a successful mid and end game. Good early game disengage for Booga and Miro, though. They're just on time as usual with their early game. They stay here until they are fully looted and comfortable and then go for surge and battle and positioning. They'll change up basically from their strategy from what we've seen so far in the competition, but no need to. They've been successful every single game.
Yeah, making sure they pass by these coolers as well. We ran a little bit of a content piece at the start of the season about what's changed on the Chapter 3 map, and I think the coolers, one of the biggest additions, if you're not aware of them, they hold guaranteed amount of consumables, and the ones that these players care the most about are those chug splashes. That's often why you'll see duos rocking out with almost like full 12 set of chug splashes in nearly every single one of their loadouts. They very much prioritize that because it can be shields as well as HP, and it's AoE. But now, we've kind of taken a look. We looked at our first place horse, and now here's the second place horse chomping at the bit, trying to close the gap. It's Chimp and Spade, and they've got a ton of space, and Zone dropped right on top of their head monster. This is a little bit different than yesterday where we had mostly south-central zones. This is the second time in a row now we've pulled up towards that northeast corner.
I would say that generally works against them as well, as less teams are going to be rotating, less likely to come on up to their general positions where they set up for surge, so it's going to force them into more of an aggressive play. And like you said, it's the second game in a row now. So last game, it seems like they managed to, make it work and figure things out. They're going to have to re-employ the strategy they don't use very often, which can always leave room for error. So I am curious to see if they can continue to remain consistent this game, as Booga and Miro, this storm is what they expect all the time. They just move out of the drop spot. They haven't really had it land on top of them too often in the tournament so far.
Now a little bit of a late rotate here. OMG, Me Too, and Shadow. We've talked about it. Some decent individual efforts from them so far today.
Wow.
Kind of struggling to get it go together, but Me Too says, Owl, what you doing? Poking your head up, and Owl responds in kind. He says, hey, you got a pretty nice assault rifle. I got one too. Here's some shots for you, as he gets his entire shields ripped away, and Shadow opens right back up. And honestly, this is a positive for both of these teams right now. I don't see too much white HP, minus that med miss, so hopefully that should be enough to keep OMG, Me Too, and Shadow up, but otherwise they should be relatively content to trade Surge and have their full duo up.
Not to mention, they still have metal capped out as well. So, you can find brick, you can find wood coming into mid and early game, late game. But the one thing you're not going to find, or very unlikely to find, is metal. In the distance, though, you hear the reboot van going off. Jackson trying to play with Fable Taco, so they're going to be looking to get their second and third eliminations redone onto Fable Taco. That could be an extra 6 points if the pickup comes through. If they're smart, they allow it to happen. So we'll see. But Commandment and Stretch right now, their name of the game right now is find some tags, as will be Clicks and Day right there. And that's the mark coming out. So, we might see Commandment find a little bit of an ambush there for the tags onto Clicks and Day. That could be a swing factor, right, for the duo fight that might break out down there.
Yeah, and a very traditional split right now coming out from Stretch and Commandment, where they keep it far enough, but Clicks and Day just went immediately. They just went for it as now on in here. He was Knifer getting picked up. That was Nosh and Paper able to find him there as he tried to cut his jet out, but unfortunately he will get picked up. And I mean, as soon as you're in that sight line, that's when we talk about like line of sights being so important, and like how you have to be thinking about your rotations way ahead of time. As soon as he committed to rounding that corner, like, it's 2 level changes, right? And then he's taken out. Now with Swing on board, it feels like we haven't had a chance to talk about him that much today, Monster. Minus game number 1, Jumper and Dukes have had a little bit of a stall going on compared to yesterday.
And we knew it was possible. We knew it can happen, and it just looks like they haven't quite turned those gears just yet this tournament here. But this is the back half now. There's still a couple more opportunities. I'm sure they're taking note round after round, and the biggest problem is Storm Surge Zone 1. That is the one that's chomping away at their heels and all the other HP stuff that they're holding on to. But Donnie gets punished big time here. It hasn't looked very good for Macwood or Donnie today and yesterday. And right now, the big fight coming in from Illis and company here. One of the few teams that are actually taking a battle this early, long before the Surge even starts to warn players. This is a team that's looking to get way ahead here. And Tilt the Towers, man, you're here. I mean, this is a no man's land. You can't just stand around here. Teams are going to fight. There's a reason players rotate in here. It just has that reputation for battle.
Yeah, and I mean, rotating from covert over to here, just putting yourself in one not necessarily great position to another. I feel like NA East has been a very weird situation as Donnie finds a nice little tag there. Double edit, trying to then replace the wall, finds even better tags onto TK, and this is a very winnable 1v2. If Donnie's going to be able to push forward, has an HP advantage, here's the Chug Splash go out. Needs to be careful though, giving them enough time to be able to take this, because the advantage he had is being offset by their use of utility, and it's going to be backed up, so just trying to make sure he's up on Surge. But I feel like NA East, with so many teams going Cavern, it kind of just negated the strength of that POI overall, as we see Miro pick up yet another stray Elam in the feed.
And Smite did as well. Mind you, Smite is, of course, fighting their way on up. Smite and Larson staying consistent this game. That is a team that could be a sleeper, top 2, top 3, maybe even victors of today, depending on how Miro and Bugha play out. Of course, though, we want to continue to see those highlights as they unfold. Bugha and Miro now have 2 eliminations, so a full and successful team wipe here. Let's watch how this went down. Miro swings around here. Max material. This fight went quick and easy, it seems like, as they just found the advantageous angle here. They wasted no time to finish it off.
Fantastic piece control right there from the TNA player. I mean, Miro just being able to own all of those grid spaces, slamming down the cones, putting down the walls, and then dropping right on top of his partner. And I mean, that's an additional nice little +6 points for them, and they don't have to worry about Surge. Frankly, with being 700 plus damage up, or 650 something damage up, they might not have to worry about second Surge either. And with their game plan, it's been, hey, just stay up till late game and things will come. And so far, again, I talked about it, hey, maybe they could do it last game. It's starting to look near impossible with just how good they're playing Monster. I don't know if anybody can catch them.
Yeah, it's going to be tougher and tougher as the games go on, as they continue to find not only elimination, it's the placement points that are really scary, because they're making multiple end games. It could be, once again, like we said, that runaway train type situation where if another game or two goes their way, I mean, that is surely going to be it. They might make it mathematically impossible or insanely ridiculous.
That's when the duo starts looking at it. It's like, all right, guys, we can catch them if we get a 39 elimination victory royale. It's okay. We got this. We got this. You know, as soon as you start putting in numbers in the teens and the 20s plus the VR, you know, you're kind of grasping at straws. Like we can see Crack trying to do on the right-hand side. Him and Owl just trying to get in the box, and looks like he's able to pick up a couple of straws, but then drops them right back down. It was a hot potato, actually, and unfortunately looks like it's going to end up mashed as the Storm Surge pressure just a little bit too much, as PlayFi and Oliver OG trying to find some shots from above.
The same situation for them, though. They found themselves underneath the Storm Surge once again here. It was the same story last game, and again, although they've managed to find a good amount of points, it just hasn't been enough. Great little tags right there, though, from PlayFi as he finds a great angle from above, but still 90 damage below. All of that wasn't enough, and mind you, they have a fresh duo pack right next to them. I mean, both sides are listening to the shots go down. It's only a matter of time before it's all over. Makes you wonder, was it better for them to just take the early box fight immediately, and instead now they waited out? Surge will do the rest here shortly, although the edits come in. He takes a little damage with him on the road there, set back from Magnolia, but still, points is what matters here. Stretch and Commandment on the other side, the top 5 team, one that's much more relevant to the general stake here coming into top game 10.
Right now we got some space, got some time, some players returning shots, but with third zone being revealed, everyone wants to get just a little bit of central, hoping that fourth drops on top of their head. And we'll get a check in with, I mean, you can just start listing accolades, and I think by the time we rotate off the POV, we wouldn't be done. These guys have won so many tournaments, and they're looking to add another notch onto that belt here today. As they're sitting center zone, we know they're sitting pretty on Storm Surge. First round of placement points ends up coming through, so it's +7 for them on the day. And again, Monster, they're in tournament management mode at this point, and you're going to start hearing me talk about that a lot, because they don't have to be going and chasing elims. They don't have to be gaining points. They aren't the ones talking about, like, oh, we need to do X, Y, Z to win. All they have to do to win is hold on. The longer they're up in the lobby, every single one of those placement points that they get, that Spade and Chimp also gets, is a point taken away from them. The pressure is on the duo we are watching right now to chase the game.
Chimp and Spade have to get a lot of eliminations if they want to catch up. They're about, what's that, 10 or so off right now. Yep. You can see how many they've already picked up. They've been extremely active as they're currently our elimination leaders, as a whole, as a duo. But, if they want to catch up to Booga and Miro, they're still 10 off the mark at least to closing the gap. Because one thing they cannot make up are the difference in placement points already made. That's the harder one to go ahead and outperform so far, as we've seen Booga and Miro just stay super consistent.
You can see that Chimp has 28 eliminations by himself, which is more than all but 5 teams combined. So really, that's where they're trying to end up making up the difference there. As we'll swing on over, Clicks and Day almost had a back-to-back wins to close out yesterday. Have 2 victory royales in their back pocket, but we've talked about it. While their highs have been very incredible, their lows have really brought down their average scores. So they need to find a couple more of those really solid games, and clock's ticking against them. Like we said, the pressure is on everyone else to play a little bit of catch up as we look at kind of this top 5, top 6.
Look at the feed.
Shadow able to pick up a knock there on a wanted.
Great knock onto one if they can get the finish there. I mean, those are points that they absolutely need to continue to claw their way back from that slipping out of 4th place position that we saw. The last 2 games have been generally pretty rough for them. Kind of boiling down to just being solos here. Smite and Larson, though, I would say the most impressive team today as far as teams that are making comeback stories come to life. Larson and Smite, after last game's high placing, then kicking this one off with elimination. There it is. Shadow does get the full finish onto Wanted, so it's a little bit of a comeback for them, but pressure's onto Smite and crew. Fire sets the floor ablaze. That's a beautiful play right there. Out come all the armored walls to try to buy themselves some time, and for whatever reason, the lobby decides, hey, these are the guys you need to completely fire in on. Luckily, though, Chug Splashes will mitigate the flames. Armored walls will stop oncoming fire from at least one side, and this is a situation where having the right loot is just the difference maker.
Yeah, I always find the interesting decision where teams slam down those iron walls on their roof first rather than the wall immediately in front of them, but it ended up providing them with just the ability to only turn into one direction, not worry about what might potentially pop above. So played very well for them there, and we talked about it. They're able to transition into the late game. They make plays every time. The mid game has been traditionally where they struggle, but covering that up today, as we see, Acorn, Kanata looking for a little bit of room here, and they're trying to find some shots there. Onto Shadow, you can see him and Me Too, not necessarily the best of circumstances when it comes to HB, but somebody who's not in the best of circumstances when it comes to Storm Surge. Check the right-hand side, Monster. Currently, Nico and Polarized thing 97 below.
Not looking hot right now, and again, the fire is setting the stage ablaze here as the floor once again. A Chimp and Spade below the surge, 61 right now. They need to get active. 20 seconds left, 10 players have to go down. Not a lot of heals from what I'm looking at here from Chimp's inventory. Only 2 minis, 4 chili spice splashes here to work with. 10 seconds now. Only now the shots begin to come out from Spade. This is a late game for them.
There's a fight right above them, though, Monster. There's a fight literally going on. There's another Storm Surge fight just 2 layers above them, so they're waiting, trying to maybe take advantage of this, trying to drop somebody down. My eyes are pinned on the right side of the screen right now because that's the team who has the chance to maybe push Booga and Miro, but we knew that they got early elims, so they're the ones who aren't under this Storm Surge.
Oh, it's Jamper.
Spade are, and it's Jamper on the other side, and Spade gets completely back down. Chimp trying to find some room, but Spade is taken out back to the zone. Storm Surge is going to just be hammering away. No, they were able to get above it, but it cost them Spade, and it cost him so much of his utility.
What's crazy about that is 2nd and 3rd place going head-to-head, both exchanging a single player, but luckily Dukes will be able to get saved. This is that little bit of divine luck, not necessarily getting the player to get finished there, so Dukes will be able to bounce back and stay in the game right now. Talk about a close competition on what could have been, honestly, Booga's best dream come true right there. 2nd and 3rd just eliminating themselves, but there is still hope for Chimp right now, who is trailing behind. Booga and Miro are the box right in front of him. They don't look out to Chimp's direction here as he makes his rotate all the way through.
But Chimp, yes, the short pad in that situation is very helpful, but he then had to invest so many of his hard mats to just safely end up tarping in, invest one of his 2 iron walls to cover himself. And as a solo, you need everything you can get. He's going to invest a 2nd iron wall there just to make sure he's safe. So Monster, he wants to get into those cascading placement points and have a chance to clutch up, because keeping an eye on the top left, we're not even there yet.
It is so important for him right now to find eliminations, placement points, just everything possible. Squeeze out the lemon right here, get as much juice as possible, because you're not going to have many opportunities to catch up to Bugha once he starts to continue to break away. He's already 30 points away, so first place is so far here, especially now as a solo. It looks just more impossible to fight for, and next door is that team that he's so worried about right now. Across from him is the other team he shouldn't be worried about, who's on his heels, is Dukes and Jamper. He is just in a pinch, a cross pinch of the teams that matter the most right now.
Neither of them have to move. They have the priority position. You can see just cone peaks coming out from Bugha and Miro, actually editing them down, making sure they have a line. You can hear the launch pads being placed out. They're going to high pat, and they have it pinged towards the far side of the zone, so you can tell they want to go maybe not all the way for height, but at least a layer that's up above. They don't want to be all the way on the ground floor, knowing it's going to be incredibly chaotic. They're the ones with the purple rays on the left side of your screen. They're also in the top right. In the bottom right-hand corner, we have Chimp, who is the solo in second place, trying to continue his run going through. After that, the next two teams who we're looking at are Smite and Larson, and Jamper and Dukes, who are both still up on their feet. You can see Smite and Larson just below the high grounds on the left-hand side of your screen. Still plenty of swinging coming out as those Mythic Web Slingers end up connecting. You can hear the sound all the way, and Chimp looking for some shots. He hears the player on the backside of the wall. This could potentially be play. Opens up the edit, doesn't find anyone, and just gonna have a nice little calm rotate. My eyes are on the bottom right-hand corner now as he's changing levels. If he goes down, this means there's so much room for Bugha and Miro.
Might have been caught for a moment, but now Surge is definitely the warning here that's coming through. Too many players have to go down, and he is so far below. Chimp needs to continue to find some action here, and he's getting chased for going up to second height, biting off a little more than he can chew there. And there's a 6th place team underneath him. It's OMG me and Shadow. Big rip comes through onto that. That's going to be a huge setback for our 6th place team. But Chimp now is under Surge threshold. 200, 170. He needs to find some tags here. Only 2 more ticks separate him. Big one there, but the counter fire was a little bit stronger, and 3 points get awarded to Shadow and company. On height though, Kanata and Acorn managed to maintain this position here. They snuck their way on up. This is the second game now. They're on high ground trying to fight for a victory royale. Day's still in this one as well, earning points on the low. Jamper falls to the hands of Bugha. Huge elimination there as Bugha once again starts cutting down the competition.
Cease going down as well. Tamiro just trying to add up those elimination points, but Cole trying to get a couple of his own. The 166 huge shot there, follows it up. The edits, and this man's tracking is disgusting. Finds one there. That's the confirmation on the users. No, there's still another player behind him, but he has plenty of extra utility. He just needs time and space. Looking for a little bit now on the backside of the zone. Peterbot right in front of him. Joji up there for another refresh monster.
These are knocks. These are eliminations. These are points that start to matter, especially if the zone does it. So you want to hit those down bodies. Cold, however, hits the wrong wall. There was a team waiting there. One big punt puts them down. Commandment shredded for using the Mythic Slingers to try and make a rotate there from Acorn and Kanata, who are just a little bit more aware. They are paying so much attention, lower themselves now to get closer to the enemies here. Smite is still alive here, earning points. He is a solo as well. What can we see him do? We've already seen this team just let loose every time they come into endgame. This is one of the better.
Another from Miro.
Look at that. He even pops a mini for 2 HP. Anything matters right now.
Yeah, Miro picking up yet another elim, and I mean, at this point in Bugha and Miro, I mean, we might be looking at the W here if they're able to rack off another win and more points. They're one of the few duos who's still up on their feet. They're on the low ground. They have 6 eliminations, 328 monster. I don't think anybody's even close to 300 at this point, and they're really opening up the gap, trying to put a firm stamp on it. They say trios, solos, duos, it doesn't matter. If we're Bugha and Miro, we're winning it all about face. They find yet another elim. Trashy gets cut down, and Bugha dips back into the zone. A nice little bounce back will provide him with a little bit of respite here as Bucky and Cam still up on their feet as well. Kanata and Acorn trying to range shots in the mound, trying to get a connection. They have plenty of mats, but no ammo. What?
Yeah. They burnt out everything from the high ground, literally down to a pickaxe here on the low ground. Miro and Bugha, opposite situation. They have everything that they need, and honestly, this is a game-defining performance here, a tournament-defining performance here at the very end. He managed to make it all the way into the top 5, leaves Bugha behind as he gets picked off, but it doesn't matter. The real story is how he is continuing to earn placement points here as he breaks into top 3. I can't believe Miro and Bugha have just done this consistently all day, just being the best team so far. But Crunchy and Pure on the low ground, Acorn and Kanata on the height. I mean, they're still fighting for more placement. There's still plenty of room for other teams to rocket their way on up and earn some money here.
Miro looking for a nice little layer of change there, but invests about half of his mats to not quite get it, trying to find the cone jump to get up, but instead has to cover himself with a floor and a cone to make sure Acorn can't get some pressure, trying to find a 1v1, finds a nice little trade, but he gets a decent amount of shield. They're still in the zone, trying to find the spray, taking the straight up fight against Acorn, winning the trade so far, swaps the pickaxe, gets the 24, but gets taken down. However, another top 3 performance for our leaders, and I mean, we see 3rd place. They're nearly 100 points behind him at this point. That might be all she wrote, so we could be looking at a battle here for 2nd from here on out. For right now, in game number 10, we got Pure and Country going up against one of the veterans with Acorn backing up, kind of up on the high ground. Acorn trying to put the shots down and close the layer. What they're going to end up doing, Acorn's going to get sent down to fight the 1v2. He has lower HP, so he needs to make sure he either goes down to the zone or he's able to trade out damage. Those are his 2 choices, and instead, he's just going to run back, make sure nobody gets siphoned, and hope that Kanata has the HP, and he's got the med vest. This should be a dub monster.
Not really. Crunchy did have a couple splashes, though, so it could come down to, but no, it doesn't look like Crunchy did have enough to maintain. Instead, Kanata says, nah, I don't want to leave it to the end game. I'm going to go for the siphon and the elimination. He gets it there in Flash. 3rd place now. He jumps up to 3rd place. Not bad for a team that was outside of the top 10 coming into today.
Yeah, that's going to help them a ton there, and a great veteran presence of mind to drop down, find the other opponent, and pick up the elimination points to go with it, securing himself the additional +3, because every single point is going to end up mattering. Here's some highlights from the duo themselves, but I mean, Monster, the story at this point is Booga and Miro, they might have won it already, right? Like, just based on how consistent they played, unless something catastrophic happens to them, this has been one of the more complete weekends of Fortnite we've seen from them in a while.
At this point, if anyone wants the #1 spot, they have to land on Miro and Booga and take them out the gate here. They cannot afford to allow this team to earn any more points. They are currently 70 points ahead of 3rd place. If the numbers there were accurate, which they pretty much have been throughout the day, so they have a nice lead there, Sundown.
Yeah, and we're going to check out how nice that lead is with 2 matches left to go. We'll kick it back on over the desk. Adam, Vivid, SPG, what you got?
Thank you, fellas. That could be the one, guys. That could be the game changer for the entirety of FNCS finals right there. We saw there that, despite Kanada valiantly, again, we saw the stat earlier on. Every single FNCS, Kanada manages to get a victory royale in some capacity. The guy's unstoppable. But we saw with Booga and Miro there that when Chimp loses Spade early on, ironically, Booga taking out Jamper as well, who are currently, I think, in 3rd position going into this. I mean, this could be the game 10 for these guys, Vivid. That could be the one that changes everything.
Yeah, best case scenario this game for Booga and Miro. We saw Chimp and Spade versus Dukes and Jamper actually on the north side of that 4th zone as the half and half came in, and it ended up putting both of them in kind of a shambles position. And Booga and Miro, they're not even worried about what's happening on with the rest of the competition. They just ran ahead with this game as a duo for most of it, and then Miro in the end there, clutching up. They always clutch up as a solo. A couple more placement points, and just like every other game, does it here as well as he goes for that elimination on Acorn, who lived with must have been like 1 health. So that was very, very close, but still picked up plenty of points to increase that lead.
Yeah, that was so close. Miro almost did just that little much more. But you're right, Vivid. It is like every single game, it's just like an extra 3, 5, 10 placements by one of them. And it's literally every game they're playing so well as a duo, and they're perfectly playing the end game. And then just like, what's another 3rd place? It's no big deal.
Whatever.
Yeah, it's just third schmurd. But do you know what? It's you're right. The consistency again is just unreal. But we must talk about Kanada and Acorn for a second here, because I want to put the spotlight back on these guys, because yesterday we didn't see too much from them both. Today we've seen, I think, 3 times now pushing for height, taking it, claiming it. A victory royale. I mean, these guys are. I mean, I guess in hindsight they wish they could go back to yesterday and think, why don't we just do height from the get-go? What were we thinking, guys?
Yeah, I think they figured it out. We've seen them alive now 3 times in the endgame. Unfortunately, last game, the previous one, the one we just watched, they went down early. They were separated a little bit. But every other game that they've made it to the endgame, they have been on the high ground. I think they have figured out the formula. They've kind of figured out the way that these lobbies are figuring out. But right there, though, we did see a little bit of a slip up as they had like no ammo on the high ground. He was running around with a pickaxe looking for anything. So a little bit better at managing, and they can definitely run away with this.
Yeah, no doubt. And that's what I thought going into this. Acorn Kanata typically understand those different high ground plays. Now it's finally coming out. Might be too late, though.
Yeah, well, let's have a look at the leaderboards anyway and see exactly how the points have changed after the last game. And then we can see, wow, Mira and Booga go into 336 points. You know, they're looking at around almost a 60-point lead there on Spade and Chimp there. Yeah, but similar eliminations, but play some points with it. I mean, 201 to 140, huge difference.
Yeah, just increasing that gap ever so slightly every single game. Acorn and Kanata with that right there. That victory royale puts them at 2. They're going to be finding themselves in top 3 SPG.
Yeah, and it just looks like everything else besides the top 2 on the leaderboards is up for grabs. That's been moving around a bunch over the past few games, but Miro, Booga, Spade, Chimp, they've been locking it down for those top 2 spots.
Indeed, yeah. Unless something catastrophic happens with Mira and Booga in this next game, which is totally possible, and Chimp and Spade come through, or team in 3rd place as well, I think it looks like we're looking at who's going to come 2nd or 3rd. That's the big one right now. But let's head over to Sundown MDF. We've got another big game coming your way, and this is game 11 now of our 12, which is mighty exciting. Over to you, fellas.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. 2 more matches left to go before the Axe of Champions are given out, and right now it looks like it's going right back on over to Booga and Miro Monster.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, what we're seeing is a team that's hard to compete with here, a team that has a full draw spot to themselves in a well-planned out route, and it's just all coming together game after game. So unless a team honestly goes head-to-head against them, which is going to be tough to do when they're that situated, I mean, this tournament's over for everyone else.
Yeah, and while there is still plenty to play for in terms of different prize money coming out for the placements and everything, but first potentially being on the table, there is still a chance. It's not completely out of the question. We have seen a couple of little early hiccups with Booga potentially getting picked off on some of those longer bus passes. But as the saying goes, so you're saying there's a chance? Yeah, it's a really, really small one right now.
It's a slim chance. We called it grasping at straws earlier, but hold up. Sounds like the battle bus is ready. Let's hop on into game number 11.
Grasping at straws and hoping you don't catch that hot potato. We're mixing metaphors, and we talked about it. Hey, maybe there's some unfortunate bus pass or something, but even then, looks like we're getting one of those as we split the island from southwest to northeast, and we get a nice favorable chonkers drop there. And of course, we're going to tune in to that very early fight over at Greasy, and Agers is going to win the drop this time. Nounsy trying to do everything he can to just run away, create a little bit of space, hits the bushes, but that's not going to be enough. Rise will pick up Sprite, and we'll go to 6-5, Monster.
I was going to say, at this point, we might be beating the dead horse, but no. Finally, Aegis and Rise managed to at least come out on top. So a little different story potentially to unfold here. Now, my real question is you know, how fired up are Rise and Aegis, right? You know, you sit out a couple games, very long games, several hours, in fact, and then you have to jump back in and make do with the situation. So it is going to be a close one in the feed, though. Muzz already takes out Macwood. Seems like they finish up this full duo here. Another early game battle for Covert Cavern. Muzz getting all the dancing on that he can while he's still alive. Another team that also just hasn't had much success off the elimination rip. So seems like the coin flip finally going in other directions this time around, landing on the other side.
Yeah, but I mean, you can see all of these teams we talked about how Covert Cavern has been so strong. I mean, we saw it in EU, what it was able to do, but with so much pressure and so many duos around it in NA, Novi's been able to leave there very quickly. So now we're going to swing on over here. Shadow, Me Too, another fight just outside of Greasy. And Fable Taco and Jackson, we've been seeing this fight happen a lot over the past 2 days. It's been relatively favored towards RMG, Me Too, and Shadow. However, today I feel like Jackson Fable Taco have been able to put a little bit of the pressure back, and the Rift is actually going to get taken. The rotation's going to come out, and some distance is going to be put away. So disengage this time.
Very important tags right there as well. Ones that are going to keep this team from having to worry about the surge a little later. But they've slipped down from 4th on the day down to 9th place. That's off the back of those 2 times they were eliminated a little early. Here's the Yamza and DJ, one of our few teams that hold a prestigious victory royale already. Looks like they caught a couple eliminations. The real question is, was that onto Knifer and Baila for the Llama split drop? Because it seems like they're going back to old Trusty here.
Yes, it was, and they were taken out, so they'll have one more game to try and put their stamp on it, but Zone drops right on top. Well, not right on top of, but fairly on top of Booga and Miro. They're going to start their min-maxing out, make sure they get up as much of the metal as possible, hit all of these chests, get all the weaponry, and I mean, it just shows how strong Chonkers is. I think you touched on it early in the game. While there is a decent amount of metal on the map, it gets farmed out and valued so quickly that trying to go and refarm it is so incredibly difficult. Take a look at another one of those early fights that we've talked about, Playify and Oliver OG going down with one, and it looks like they might actually opt to just disengage.
Yeah, find a lot more southern than usual. Typically, we see them up a little bit more north fighting those other teams where you saw yesterday where Bucky and Cam would rotate on into the coast there and get their hands into the action. This time around, though, moving a bit faster to the south. That's a clash that we expect. For Chimp and Spade, though, no one in sight, but also very far off from one another, so you hope to see Spade in another comfortable part of the map without anyone nearby. Otherwise, it could be pretty bad for them.
Yeah, I was just about to say, I don't think that's his teammate who's out in front of him. Getting a couple tags there, but his teammate isn't even remotely on the screen. Like, we don't even see a little dot for him there, so got to keep an eye on it. As we'll check in with some of our other teams currently top of the screen, we have Chimp and Spade who are in second, bottom left-hand corner of the screen. Acorn and Kanata who are in third, and then the right-hand side of the screen, Dukes and Jamper who are in fourth. And even then, Monster, there's a pretty significant gap between each one of these teams. Like, it's a drop in about 16 points, then a drop in another 10 points. So you can see just the separation that's been caused up at the top.
Yeah, the gap is really starting to open up. My gosh, you're looking at Tilted Towers. Looks like the original, what we used to call the playground days. Drop all the loot, spread it out there, get ready to take your ones in the middle of Tilted Tower. Tons of extras sitting around, and they don't even look to pile up the big pots or bring them with them. They just leave them there. Like, that's all.
Hide them. What are you doing? That frustrates me a ton, because there's one thing that Fortnite players as a whole and Battle Royale in general, right, is resource denial. And there's some teams like, hey, if you don't have the space to carry an extra chug splash, just go throw it at a tree, throw it at a wall or whatever, so one of these teammates doesn't end up having it. Now, if you're baiting somebody to run towards one of those big pots, which we've seen before, that's totally fine.
Me too.